Good morning, friends. We'll begin in 10 minutes at the top of the hour for the Circle Growth Summit. Woo! It's going to be a good day. We'll talk with you soon. Make sure you chat and let us know where you're tuning in from today as we gear up for an amazing start at the top of the hour. Party people. Hey, y'all, it's Brendan. Don't worry, we're starting at the top of the hour. I thought I'd just bounce in and say, I see your beautiful faces. You're coming in sooner than I even thought. But I see you. I want to make sure that you know we're here for you. And this is going to be an awesome day today. You're going to learn so much about community, building that community, monetizing that community, how to start your business or your brand, how to reach more people. I'm fired up. I've got my green tea already fired up over here today, and we'll be chatting with you in just a few minutes as everybody's jumping on. I'm so excited. I'll be joined by Alexis and Andy from the Circle.so team. We'll be bringing on Danielle Canty, co-founder of Boss Babe, one of my great friends and an amazing person. She'll be in with us today too. So we'll be with you at the top of the hour. Hey, what's up, Alexis? I see you too.
What's going on?
What's up, brother?
Good morning.
I need access to video, unless it's a strategic move just to hide this mug.
Well,
No.
I do like to make sure that I get to, crowd the show. I am the loud person. So it's like, there's a surprising power in being able to just like make sure I'm the only one who gets to talk.
Yeah, that's good. The power.
Good seeing you. Good morning.
Hey,
Good morning. I'm ready. I've got a whole French press just right here,
Oh,
ready for the day.
oh, she's caffeinated, people. Watch out. Watch out.
We're ready.
Oh my gosh, you guys are getting warmed up. Why don't you tell them what we're going to do today?
Yeah.
know,
I'll also
I know we don't
drop-
officially start, but we'll all officially start at the top of the hour. We're just chatting and having our green tea. We'd love to hear where you're from. And in the chat, just light us up, let us know where we're at. Let us know if you got your green tea, your coffee, if you're a decaf person or straight up water. But we're gonna have a great day. We're gonna stay hydrated. We're gonna learn a lot about our businesses. Alexis, you want to give them a rundown of the outline today?
Yeah, absolutely. I also just dropped the full agenda in the chat if you want like full details, but we're going to kick it off with a session with Danielle Canty, who's the president and co-founder of Boss Babe. And she's going to be diving deep into how to build your community on social media, especially if you're in those beginning stages of building a community. It's like, okay, where am I actually drawing my community from? And if you are interested in growing your social media presence and then growing that into like an actual membership or paid community, this is definitely a workshop you will not want to miss. And then we're bringing back Mathilde from the Circle team, and she's going to be talking about how to create a buzzworthy community that keeps people coming back and the community rituals to support it. So this is all about engagement. Okay, you've launched the paid membership, you've launched the community. Now, how do you get your members engaging with each other? So this is another like really high value packed session. And then I'm hosting another panel with Pat Flynn and Jen Stevens. And we went and we looked at all the top engaging communities on Circle, like top 1% of engaging communities on Circle, and asked them to join us on this panel. So we'll be digging into kind of their secrets behind the scenes of how they have built such massively engaged communities. And then we're going to capstone it with Brendan and Andy talking about the future of community. Oh, we've got Danielle.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Right.
It's gonna be an awesome day. Andy, any thoughts about this day?
It's I'm excited to build off the momentum of yesterday. Yesterday was just wild. There were so many folks there and we accomplished a lot. But it's like we have this lineup today between Danielle and Jen Stevens and Pat. And I can't wait to kind of even get some new, fresh perspective. And bring in folks who are like, remember, they're doing it. So like we went out, we found the folks like top 1% engagement on Circle. We pulled a list of them. We were like, hey, can you please come in and can we just grill you on how you actually do this stuff? So you're hearing from folks who actually are like they're running these communities day in and day out. Pumped about it.
This is gonna be so good. For all of those who are just joining us now, I guess I can kick it off. Yeah. You want to do this
Let's do
party?
it. Yeah.
We are officially day 2 of the Circle Growth Community Summit. We are all about how do you build your audience? How do you bring them to a place, keep them engaged? How do you figure out how to serve them with great content or value or transformations? How do you then upsell and monetize and drive revenue through your community? Because I always say it, if you don't have the money, you can't sustain the message. You know, you want to impact the world and change people's lives or do something good, but you can't take care of yourself or your family, or you struggle with like understanding just like the money part or the sales part, you're in the right place today because there's so many new tools available to you as a community builder. And I said yesterday, if you missed it, that the central organizing principle becomes community in the modern world. Community is your central organizing principle. When your mindset is, oh, I'm not just selling a widget, I'm building a community. And I'm going to make that community the hub for whatever I do. And I'm going to introduce them to value. And I'm going to ascend them into private spaces or private discussions or private content membership areas. Well, that used to be hard. Now we all just use Circle for it. So I'm really excited for you all to learn about Circle as well today. Yesterday, we unleashed the beast of probably one of the best bonuses ever to support you in building your community. That is what we're calling the Circle bundle for the summit. Basically allows you to get in to Circle at its best ever rate for full support, live marketing and training from me, live workshops, live support from the Circle team to help you build your community right. We'll talk about that today. But if you can get in the mindset of, okay, whether I'm starting or I'm about to scale, and I really want to build my business bigger, that central organizing principle of, right, I got to build community. And I got to be okay if it's one person at a time. I got to be okay mentally if it's, I'm going to start a community and there's 5 people in it. You got to start and be willing to start at that small level. And I promise everything grows from there. We're going to have evidence and stories of that all day long. You are going to love it. And we're going to kick it off with fire today, because I see Danielle Canty just joined this place. What's up, Danielle?
Hi, you guys. Wait a minute. I'm trying to be all fancy. Is my audio working? Because I have my podcast mic here.
It's so good. And you're looking and sounding great. I'm going to screenshot. It's so good.
Well, you know, I washed my hair for this, you guys.
Oh man, bringing it.
Hey, listen, I have some green tea, and you know me on green tea. Like, if you get a little caffeine with Richard, it's just trouble, y'all.
I actually thought about this morning because I have my coffee here, and I was like, wow, Brendan on caffeine. That is a lot.
Oh my gosh. Yesterday, I think I stunned everybody with the enthusiasm I have for community, for the Circle, for this bundle, for this opportunity right now. I think what we all do, Danielle, it's so much easier than it ever was before. And there's no hype to that. I'm like, we've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, things are getting easier, and also people are craving it more. I think in today's world, we've been so segmented for so long, and now it's like, oh, people want to find people who think like them, who are like-minded, who spur them on, who support them. So I'm excited about this conversation, and I also am obsessed with Circle. We use it ourselves. So
that's amazing to hear.
I remember Danielle and I talking, and I'm going to do a quick introduction for everyone just joining us here, and we'll let her officially kick it off. But I remember we were talking about like different platforms and what to use for this or what to use for that, because I'm a longtime believer and fan and supporter of Boss Babe. And Danielle and I were rapping about it. She's like, oh, what is this? Oh, I'm looking at it right away. She signed up for it that day, like that day. Yeah. And, you know, I kind of forgot about it, and like weeks go by, and I said it, I think I said it again to you or Natalie, and they're like, no, we heard you. We're on that and we're doing it. And that's what I love about this community. For everyone watching right now, it's this old idea of the speed in which you get in the game and you implement, you allow yourself to test and try and see how it works, and not get down on yourself when you're just starting, but rather see yourself as a builder. And I know you're going to hear a lot of that story here with Danielle and Boss Babe. And for those who don't know Danielle, she's co-founder and president of Boss Babe. And when you think of where do ambitious women go to have a community, to build their personal brand, to become an influencer, and to really build a business and a life that they care about and that means something, I don't think anyone's leading the field better than Natalie and Danielle over at Boss Babe. They just do it so elegantly, so beautifully, with the right place in their spirit and their heart to serve. And I've watched them build millions and millions and millions and millions of fans, hundreds of millions of views and social media impressions and everything else, just domination of this space. And then I find out, I invite Danielle and Natalie to a group that I was running, and we're having this great conversation. I'm so excited to finally meet them in person, have this thing. And they're like, "Oh, Brendan, we met at your seminar." And I was like, "What?" And you made my entire day. Like that entire week, I was just like, wow, that actually happened.
Yeah. We've named you the godfather of Boss Babe.
Oh my gosh, that's way too kind. And Danielle is going to talk about her story and about the Boss Babe story and how they think about community. And I really want to make sure you see down in her handle here on Zoom, Danielle Canty. You can just follow at Danielle Canty on Instagram and DM her. Thank her for being here today, if you would. And also know that you can follow at Boss Babe Inc. on Instagram as well, which is their main brand account. And just absolutely awesome work. So I'm going to shut up and I'm going to let you take the stage here, Danielle, and share a little about Boss Babe and your story and community and how you're thinking about it and how the folks watching here, whether they're starting or really scaling, what they should be thinking about too.
I love that. And I'm really excited to be here. And I think what's really powerful is that, we started Boss Babe because we were craving community. So I just want to take you back a few years to before Natalie and I actually met, when we were doing our own thing. I was a chiropractor in the UK, believe it or not. And, I was really ambitious. Like I was like, wait, I want to earn more money. But at that time, it was like 2016, like when you were saying that, you felt like really strange, like really odd as a woman, and really like, wait, can I actually say that? Like, I want to earn more money. And what I realized was that I felt alienated by people that I knew, and not intentionally from their side, but they just didn't get it. And I remember saying to my boss at the time, I was like, oh my goodness, I'm really ambitious. Like I want to start this online business. And I hadn't discovered or thought of Boss Babe at this time. I just knew that I wanted to do more than treat patients one-to-one. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I just wanted to have a bigger impact in the world and see that on a greater scale. And I remember saying to him, I want to do this thing. And he was like, Danielle, I'm really worried about you. And I was like, why? And he was like, because, I don't want you to get hurt by your ambition. I don't want you to be disappointed when you don't realize these dreams. And I just thought for a second, I'm like, now I think about it, I'm like, what a odd, weird, funny thing to say. And at the time I was so taken aback. I was like, he is not my person. Like he is not someone I want to call a friend or surround myself with. And where the hell do I find these other women who are like me, who are like, yep, I want to earn more money. Yep, I want to climb that career ladder. Yep, I want to start that business. And what I realized is my childhood friends, as much as I loved them, they could not relate to what I was going through at all. And so that set me on this hunt with being like, well, I can't be the only one. And fast forward a couple of years, I went to and I always say this, which is just hilarious because now he's a friend. I'm always like, I went to a Brendon Burchard event. I can never say Brendan's full name without saying his last name. And literally, that's true, Brendan, even to this day. I'm like, Brendon Burchard event. I went from the UK all the way to San Diego and had a chance meeting with my now business partner, Natalie. And this is one of the first things I think is really important to think about when you're building community, what you bond over. And we bonded over being unapologetically ambitious women. Like that's what we bonded over, was like, hang on a minute, we want to be ambitious and we want to be unapologetic about that. So whenever you're thinking about building a community, it actually starts with what is uniting you? What is bringing you together that's making you be like, yeah, that's me. And that could be Pomeranian dogs. There are Instagram accounts and communities based on that. That could be ambitious women. That could be anything that you want it to be. But fundamentally, at the heart of every single community is passion. It's an alignment and something. And in Boss Babe, we teach the 4 E's of creating content, because I'll come to this in a second, because I think really content starts on like how you speak the language of the people around you and attract them in. But there's 4 E's to that content. There's, first of all, enemy. Most people unite over an enemy at times. And I'm not saying that has to be a person or a thing, but a lot of people, if they're passionate about saving the planet, they might unite over plastics in ocean, or they might unite over I don't know, even like the coffee drinkers, people unite over coffee, you guys. People can bond over anything. And the enemy is like coffee that has mold in it, you know? So really just like think around like what unites your community and what is the common enemy that it has. And then from there, the other 3 E's is entertainment. Like how can you keep people in the conversations and keep them coming back for more and entertain them? How can you educate them? Because most people want to be, you know, coming for, if it's not, let's say for the Pomeranians example, right? If you love, I don't know why I'm saying Poms, but basically probably because my business partner has one, but if you love these Pomeranians, you might want to be bonding over, oh my goodness, I'm entertained by their cute videos, but I'm educated on how to look after them. And from there, I want emotion. Like my emotion is, oh, they're so cute. Whereas our emotion in Boss Babe, if we take you back to that, was like, okay, the common enemy is like, it's just plain wrong that women don't have this place to have this voice. The emotion is like, go get it. We could freaking do it. It's like empowerment and it's taking action. The entertainment was via our quotes that we shared that were empowering people, that they were entertained to keep coming back to and more. And our education was built around, okay, how can we teach you how to earn more money? Whether it was started off in your careers or now we're really focused on women in business. So that's just my kickoff, Brendan. I mean, we can go many directions from here, but I really wanted to just like come and be like, look, unite over something. That's what builds a community. And you can't build a community unless you have a common interest at the heart of it.
Oh, I love that so much. I love that so much. And the challenge, you know, so many people have, I think when they have this is, you know, they say, yeah, Danielle, that's great. I'm ambitious too. But, you know, you had this, or you started that, or this other thing. And it's hard to look at, you know, Boss Babe, where it is now, and also where your personal brand is and Natalie's personal brand and how huge it got. And I think the number one challenge people get is this mindset that blocks them. That has a lot to do with what you said earlier, by the way, someone saying, what are you, crazy? Why do you want to, you know, I don't want to see you get hurt with your crazy new idea. How do you suggest to people that they kind of get over the starting part and be okay? Because when you first put up your first post, it wasn't like all of a sudden you had 1 million impressions and 1 million fans, but everyone wants that right away. So one of my themes yesterday was you have to step in that role of the builder and be happy that you're building 10 people at a time, 20 people at a time, and not be discouraged only 100 people saw your video or liked your thing, but be pumped when even 10 do, because you're compounding your community, you're building over time. How do you get over those, you know, posts that fall flat, or when you try to launch this thing to the community, it doesn't resonate, or it's just beginning?
Okay, so there's a couple of things, a couple of different ways I'm going to answer this. So first of all, I sit here now, and if you go to my social account, you'll have seen me on stories even this morning. Rewind just 1 year, 2 years, and very much 3 years. I didn't even have a social media account until 2017, by the way. Like, I was a chiropractor and I was like, oh, social media, that's like, I'm far too busy for that. What are you talking about? Like, I need to be in clinic. And I was also absolutely terrified of being on social media. Like, the thought of putting my face on, I remember my first live that I did in 2018 on Facebook. I was on and off in 54 seconds before even anyone could join. And I was like, hi, my name's Danielle Canty, and then I jumped off again. I was terrified, you guys. So first of all, I think one thing I always remember is, number one, that people like Brendan, and I can't even believe I'm putting myself in this category, but like Brendan, Tony Robbins, Jamie Kern Lima, we all started like as beginners, just like you. Like, there wasn't like all of a sudden you have 1 million followers. or 20,000 followers. Like, you actually have to start. So I always think back to Jamie Kern-Lima, who is the founder of It Cosmetics, telling me about how she started that business on her honeymoon and wrote the business plan for it and all the no's that she got. I always think about Brendan, when you first started doing your live events, and you always tell this story about, I think Denise being in bed and you were like up and you couldn't even pay the bills and you were like working on stuff. Like, I always think, like, to get somewhere, you have to set off on the journey. And one thing that always helps me not give up is that I like to physically, I like metaphors, you guys, you'll learn this, but I always think when you are doing something virtually and you're starting that journey off, it's kind of hard to see it like materialize. And one thing I thought about was, let's say I'm driving from Los Angeles to New York. If I set off on that journey, I don't necessarily know how I'm getting to New York, by the way. I just know that I'm aiming for the East Coast. So if I keep heading east, I'm going to get there eventually, right? I might go north at times. I might go south. I might go round and round. But if I keep looking for east, I'm going to make progress. And when you start making progress, when you realize that you've gone from Los Angeles, and please excuse my geography, but you've gone from Los Angeles to Arizona, let's say, well, you're in Arizona now, so you might as well carry on a little bit more. Like, what's the point in going back to California? Or let's say then you go down a little bit and you eventually make it to Texas, right? Well, I'm in Texas now. What's the point in going back to LA? I might as well keep going to New York. So I always think about that when I'm doing things. Well, I've started now. Like, I'm already part there. And quite often the biggest hurdle is actually getting in your car in the first place and starting to drive. So once you start to drive, once you do that first post, once you set that intention, because also, again, you guys on here, right? Like nearly like several hundred of you who are like, you are doing well. Like, the fact that you are showing up to a personal development conference about building community, you are already in that car and you know roughly where you're heading. You might not know what city you're heading to, but you know you're heading to the East Coast, right? You have that direction that you're going in. So don't undersell that to yourselves. Like, because that's where I was. That's where I started. I didn't know what business I wanted to do, that I was going to build a company called Boss Babe. All I knew at the time in 2016 was my dad had a bad accident. I didn't want to be a chiropractor anymore, and I wanted location freedom. I wanted to be able to work anywhere in the world, and I knew to do that, I needed an online business. From there, that's all I knew. So that's no city on the East Coast. That could have been anywhere, right? So just want you to think about that in relation to the progress that you make. Sometimes that progress might be gaining 100 followers and also losing 100 at the same time. But guess what? You started posting and you started learning. And then the second point that I want to do to answer Brendan's question was, one thing that I've learned, I was a perfectionist for so long, but that perfectionism would paralyze me. It would stop me doing the thing because I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm not putting it out. It's not perfect. But I realized putting it out there beat the perfectionism, because let's say I put a post out there and it didn't perform, but it got maybe 20 likes and I was hoping for 100 likes. Well, that's a hell of a lot better than not putting it out at all and getting no likes, right? So the action beats the perfectionism. So that was a rewire that I had to overcome. And then when it comes to social media, I really had to understand that, you know what? Not every single post has to do well or perform, but what matters is I learn from it. So right now, if you need this, I am giving you permission that not every single social media post you put out there has to be a success. Okay? You just have to learn from it. You're like, oh, I posted this. Damn, no one resonated with that one. Like, even just yesterday, I posted a reel. I was like, my reel before did so well. And when I posted one yesterday, which I thought was like so freaking good, if I may say so myself, and barely got like, I think it got like a 10th of the views the other one got. And I was like, so they're not interested in this kind of stuff. Like, I just learned from it. It's not like personally, like if you don't physically hit a like, or the algorithm doesn't show you someone's post, it doesn't mean you don't like them. doesn't mean like that. They're not judging them personally. You just didn't see it, or you're just like scrolling past, you're busy in the day. I think the biggest mistake so many people make is we are so self-absorbed that we think people care. People don't care about you. They're looking at what's happening in their own lives. So where you think, oh my goodness, I'm going to post this and everyone's going to look and stare and they're going to be like, what's she doing? No one's going to notice. They're going to be carrying out their day, you know? And so just really like put it in perspective of like what you're actually doing and achieving. And just like, don't take yourself too seriously too much and push through the action versus getting stuck in that loop of perfectionism where then you don't do anything else, you know? I think you probably had a similar experience, right, Brendan, when you first started?
I totally did. And I still do. You know, it's like, yeah, I don't know, we're 5-6 million fans across Facebook and Instagram. And people are always surprised here. I don't look at any of my post performance at all until the end of the week. Like on Friday, I have a 20-minute slot in my calendar, review social media from the week. I go back and I just see, how'd it do? Did it perform? Okay, they like this, they don't like that. Because I found myself too worried about it, you know, when I began. And I think the real critical key is, why are you doing this? Like people always tell me to this day, they're like, Danielle, how many people write me and say, you know, you just post so many quotes. Why do you post so many quotes? I'm like, I'm a writer. Like, I'm a writer first. Yeah, I don't have to placate and please and do everything the same way everyone else does. I do it because I love to write. My career began as I want to write. You know, 6 books later, now it's like I take that process for granted sometimes. But what I learned along the way is if I can just get ego out of the way and ask, what is that artistic or creative expression or contribution that I align with, that I like to do? If I do that and don't fall, you know, prey to the please everybody, be like everybody thing, then I'll be here in years. You all want to build an authentic brand, an authentic community. You all want to know that when you're waking up, you're doing things that you enjoy. And I promise you'll do it way longer, earn way more money, and build way better of a community. Because the last thing you want to do is be fake, build a fake community, and build a house built on cards because you never learned how to build the community that you care about and ascend and build that model where you serve them and earn more. Because whatever you're going to charge for, and I know a lot of people are this, Danielle, they're like, what should I want to start a community, but what should I charge for? How do you pick your product kind of question? Well, what I always tell people is like, whatever you're going to charge for, that's your client now. And you want to love your clients and customers. Like you want to love them. Like I love our students. Like Danielle's been to my seminars before. Like I love my audience. I love seeing them, taking pictures with them, hanging out with them, because I've attracted the right people, because what I put out was real and it was authentic. And sometimes the truth is, by doing that, you start slower. Sometimes, like Danielle, you're like, I thought that was cool. No one liked it. And you have to decide, how much am I going to change of myself? Or can I change the approach and still be me? Because you have to learn better marketing strategies. Most people who are watching right now, it's just time to learn better marketing strategies and have a better system or tool. So I think that's what's cool about what we're doing at Circle is like best community building tool, best training on marketing to build the community, to monetize the community. And you've got an example like Danielle saying, hey, I just started, had to get over it a little bit, had to get in the game. But I'd love to hear a little about how you thought about what you were going to offer, because I think that was a big question from yesterday. Danielle was just like, I get it. Bring people to a circle, build community, create content a couple times a week for your, you know, your content rhythm. But then like, what do you sell? How did you all figure that out?
So I think this is a really great question. And I'm actually doing, it's funny because I'm actually going to pull something from my story that I hadn't thought about for a long time, but I was writing my story out for a training that I'm doing. And I realized that I didn't start Boss Babe until 2018, but I started looking for things in 2016 was the catalyst for when things changed for me. So I spent 2 years getting to the point that got me to Boss Babe. And I say this because I think some people think, oh, right away, you are going to find that round peg that fits in that round hole, and it's not like round hole, and it's not really like that. The key thing is that you start taking action, and then things evolve from there. So like I said to you, I knew I wanted to go to the East Coast. I didn't know, if we stick with that analogy, what city I wanted to end up in. So I knew I wanted to be online, but I didn't know what my business was going to be at that point. I hadn't really realized how lonely I felt as an ambitious woman. Or I had, but I hadn't realized that could be a business, right? So I was like, okay, maybe I'll start thinking something on Amazon. So I tried that. Maybe I'll do network marketing. So I tried that. Maybe I'll teach chiropractors how to be a better chiropractor. So I did that. So what I'm sharing with you, because you will hear this time and time again. And I'm so lucky because I get to interview the most amazing people on our podcast. And every single amazing entrepreneur that I interview, what they end up fully executing on, like as you'll know, their businesses now is not how it started. So I had Payal, who was the founder of ClassPass on, right? Give me a yes if you know ClassPass, the app that, helps you book classes in lots of different gyms, right? So many of you will know this. And they sold like over $1 billion. But you know what she told me? She was like, ClassPass wasn't the app we were building. We were building a different app. And then we stumbled realizing this was what people wanted. But she wouldn't have found that discovery if she didn't start in the first place. So I think if you leave this conversation with anything today, it's that you have to start taking action. And by the action and reviewing the action that you take to see how it hits, that's when you'll start to realize, oh, okay, they want more of this. Or, okay, I love talking about this more. Or, okay, this is what's really resonating. And when you find that, what people are interacting for, because this is when people are starting e-com businesses or product-based businesses, right? There's a really, really sound principle that most people are encouraged to follow. And it's, you don't build the product and find the audience. You find the audience and solve the problem that they have with your product. So I want you to really think about that when you're building community and deciphering what product it is. You're not going to know until you ask the questions, till you post the thing, review how people interact with it to see what problems they have. Right now, again, we do this consistently. Again, I was having a chat with my social media manager this morning, and we're talking about what an extra $10,000 a month would mean to our community. And we wanted to do a reel on it, right? So I'm like, okay, I could do a reel and add these things that I think what an extra $10,000 a month would do for our community. But why don't I just ask them? I don't know. Who's better to answer that question than people within our community? So I think what's happened is, for a lot of people, there's become this barrier between social media and how they show up on social media, thinking they have to be perfect on social media. And they forget that social media is built on conversation. That's what social media is about. It's a conversation platform with images and videos, but ultimately opinions and things that people are interacting over. So I really want you to rewind a second. And if you're not sure, ask. And if you don't know how to ask, post. And if you don't know how to post, just think, well, what do I want to know? Just go back to the basics versus overcomplicating it in our heads. And that's what we did at Boss Babe. We were like, right, we're posting. And I love what Brendan's saying. He was a writer. We started with quotes too, literally so long ago, and people would bond over, these sassy quotes that we had that were really what a lot of women wanted to say, but didn't feel like they had the opportunity to say. And so we started putting these quotes out there, and we would see then what people were relating to. And we noticed, we would read the comments and we would read DMs. And from there, we really understood that, there were so many women like me and Natalie who wanted to make more money and wanted to start businesses. And some of the common challenges that we were having was how to grow an audience, or they were having, and we were like, well, we've mastered that one. Or how to run a business, what proven framework, what did it look like to grow a business? So then we started realizing that, oh, we had the answers to that, and that's what we started monetizing. So we started monetizing our community for female entrepreneurs called the Society, which is where we realized that there were so many amazing entrepreneurs out there, women like Jamie Kern-Lima, women like Payal Kadakia, women like Tracy Tutor for $1 Million Listing, that other women wanted to ask questions to, but didn't have that opportunity to. So we brought them together, right? So, we release these masterclasses where they teach something every month, and we do a Q&A with them. So we just didn't discover that not posting and sitting there. We discovered that by asking questions and interacting, which, if you think about it, is just what you would do in a normal room. If you were put in a networking room, you would talk to people. If you were putting in a room of like a dinner, you would talk to people. So maybe some of you get to rewire how you think about social media. And it's an interaction and a conversation platform that you get to post your opinions on, that you get to like showcase your life on, that you get to ask questions on, and then how you digest that information to then do more of what people are resonating with.
Woo! Oh my gosh, y'all. Listen, I see we've got hundreds of people here. Would you just give an awesome shout out so far to Danielle, who's crushing this? Let us know where you're tuning in from. This is so important. I want to emphasize some things you just said, because I think people get this wrong all the time, is that she is saying part of this engagement is just asking and listening. Because I saw in the chat, like, well, how do you build the community? How do you get them to do this? Or I have them on this platform and that platform. How do I get them over here? It's like, you have the conversation. My favorite strategy for Circle specifically is like, I use social media for those broad conversations. And when it's time to deep dive into some content or longer form engagement, I like to bring them over to Circle, get them to create a profile there. And then from there, I can help them find the right spaces or discussions to be in by asking them questions. I can put them into group chats by helping them find the right conversations. And now they feel more engaged, and they have a place that's outside of a Facebook group where they're bombarded with ads, and they're in our brand. They're in our space. We capture their real information. We can actually have conversations and chats and DMs one-to-one away from the noise. Because I think you have the noise of social media. Use it, leverage it, make it your megaphone. And then you think of like, now how do we bring the most engaged people to a platform where this community now becomes our most engaged, and we have specific discussions here, and they get to see like, oh, I can unlock this area if I give some money, and I can join that conversation. Great. Oh, I can join this one free. And Circle allows you to build these spaces that helps your audience find where they need to be. But it begins by asking questions and inviting people into conversations. That's that's like community building 101, is just like ask, hear, learn, invite, and then serve, and then find out what is it they're seeking and upsell into that type of space or that type of course or that type of experience or that type of coaching. And that really works well. I think I don't want to overcomplicate it, because I think that's a big part of it. Danielle just asks lots of questions. She's really great at it, as you hear.
And also, like you're saying, it's really important that you have this abundance mindset. There's like, what, 7 billion people on this planet? I don't think I'm getting that right. I feel like it was 7 billion last time I checked. But like, it's important that you recognize like what we went back to and we started talking about, and you were kind of mentioning too, Brendan, it's like, you don't have to please everyone. Your community isn't about being for everyone. And as soon as you understand like what lights you up, talking about, like, I get so freaking fired up when I'm like, wait, what? Only 4% of women build their businesses to 7 figures? Are you freaking kidding me? I need to change this, right? So like my people are those people who are like, yeah, that's really freaking wrong, and we need to be part of this change. They're my people, right? And so be okay with like being passionate and sharing that. And do you know what? That's going to polarize people. Some people, there's going to be male chauvinists out there like, oh no, I feel like women should really stay at home and look after the children. Okay, don't join my community. I'm okay with that, right? And so it's like allowing yourself to give that information out there, be passionate about it, because then you'll magnetize the people to you. So also when you're posting on social media, and you were talking about that megaphone, Brendan, like, don't be a fluffy megaphone. Like, don't be like not really saying anything. Like, do the thing that you like talking about, share an opinion, create the enemy if you need to, in the sense of, look, I do stand against this and I do stand for against this, because I think sometimes that we get, actually, it's not so much in America. The British are really like this, like, oh, don't upset anyone. Don't want to say the wrong thing. Where actually, like, you kind of need to like have a stance sometimes on where you set, like where you stand, particularly when you're building a community, because that's what people do unite over. And it's either like an opinion they're uniting over, a profession that they're uniting over, dogs that are uniting over. I'm coming back to that one. Like, just really think about those 4 E's that I named earlier, because once you establish those things, and it might be like we were talking about, they were like, I just remind you guys, enemy, emotion, entertainment, education, people quite often will pay for the next level of one of those things. They'll pay for the community because they want to be around like-minded people. So they'll pay for that common enemy to unite over, because they feel like they then can have these conversations that they want. They'll pay to have that education to that next level, because they're like, well, hang on a minute, I want to learn something. Because also, again, everyone in here probably has a growth mindset. Like, everyone here is like, how can I do better? How can I be better? How can I go on to that next level of my life? So you want to be attracting those people into your community. So I always think education in your megaphone is a really good thing. Like, if you can spout education, you're going to also attract the right people that feel like they want to invest in themselves, their community, who they surround themselves with, their business, what they're learning. So I just think, like, use your megaphone for those 4 E's, because then you'll magnetize them in, so that then you can work out, okay, well, this is absolutely the best product to sell them. And also, sorry, Brendan, I'm going on, I'll let you speak in a second. But the one thing that I also realized that was really, really powerful was that you don't have to know what you will charge or sell straight away. The key thing is that you start talking and you get the megaphone out there, then you'll realize what people will and won't pay for. So I think that's the important thing. Like, don't always get hooked on the payment side of things. Get hooked on the value and what people see value in and what they're resonating with. And then you can start putting it behind a paywall once you have that really established.
So good. So good. I think that's so critical for people to hear, because what you end up doing often, and I know a lot of people do this, is they think, well, I have this community on social media, or I have this community over on this other platform, and I have more engagement there or more followers there. I'm like, that's fine. It's okay that you have more people here or there, because your job is then to filter people into those who want more education, those who want more conversation, those who want more access to you. And this is what community is all about. This is why I personally use Circle. It's like, okay, great. I'm fine having millions over here. I sure want thousands over here, like that core group who want the conversation, who want to contribute to the community, who are likely to upgrade into the Circle functions where I can give a private space or a private group conversation, or I give them access to, specific videos in a space where they're more likely to go, oh yeah, I want that. And I think that is very true. You all have a segment of your customers who I'll just call your strivers. Some of you know, one of my companies is Growth Day, and we call our people strivers. It's those people, very much like Danielle's talking about, who are part of your audience, who have ambition for growth. Those are going to be best clients. Those are going to be your best customers. Those are the ones who are going to buy your course, sign up for your monthly membership, pay to access that private community area with you in Circle. They're the ones, the people in your community who are ambitious, who are growing, who want to contribute and serve and live their best life. They're the ones who invest in their education, in their growth. And you want to find those people by making sure that as you're out there in social media, you're making calls to action to bring them to your Circle, to bring them to a community where you can have that longer form content or that deeper dive conversation. If you got a podcast or Instagram or Facebook, have all those. but make sure you've got a hub where the community is actually managed and segmented and given access to other discussions, creating a profile, like all the simple stuff that we take for granted if you've discovered Circle. If you haven't, make sure the team can put in the website for Circle. They have an unbelievable offer going on right now to get education and marketing, but also access to their system for the best price they've done. So if maybe Circle team can put that in there. But the idea is, as Danielle's sharing, you're really trying to find that sweet spot of sharing what you want to share, your passions, and educating based on what the questions they're asking, and trying to identify those people who want to go further on a journey, who are willing to pay. Because you have to be unapologetic in saying, as Danielle said, I want to earn more. I want to earn more for my family. I want to earn more for my business because I want to be able to contribute and give and scale and be unapologetic about that. That's one reason I'm so, connected to the Boss Babe brand, because for 15 years, I've been teaching entrepreneurship and personal development, like every day of my life. And how many women specifically don't want to say that or feel uncomfortable saying that or have been judged and minimized for saying things like that? I think it's just so critical to support, that message of allowing yourself to have that ambition again. Because when you raise your ambition, your motivation comes back, your excitement comes back. And I would love to ask you that, Danielle, like, how do you not get burned out from building community, doing social media, running your business? You work friggin' hard, and so does Natalie and your team. So like, how do you think about, just being able to manage all of this?
I think it comes back to, I feel like the why gets overused a little bit. So I'm going to utilize it in a different way. I think there's push and there's pull forces that motivate you. So I've alluded to it a little bit during this, but when in 2016, I was a chiropractor and I had my life. I was like doing all right. I wasn't like overly happy, but I was like, okay, I've got a good career. I'm on the track that I trained to be. But my dad had a really bad skiing accident in 2016 where he hit the slopes at like 70 miles an hour, smashed up his pelvis, helicoptered off. He major surgery, couldn't walk for several months, couldn't sit up for 3 months. It was a whole ordeal. And what happened was, versus being able to stay in France, which is where it happened, and I lived in the UK, and support him and my mum, I had to fly home, and I had such weird guilt around that. I felt so bad that I couldn't be there. I couldn't be there for him. That I realized that I have to change something. Like, I don't want this in my life. Like, I want to have location independence, and I call this a push force. So my energy for overcoming my fear on social media, my energy for going, hang on, what the hell do? I want an online business, but I know nothing about being online, was a push force. It became so painful for me to stay where I was. Like, someone was booting me out. Like, there was absolutely no way that I could stay in this position. So I was motivated by a push force. Give me a yes in the chat if you resonate or you're being motivated right now by something that's making you move because it's painful for where you're at, right? Okay, a ton of yeses. The other force that comes into play with motivation, and this might be the other half of you, is a pull force. It's like, you know what? My life's pretty good. Like, I don't have to change. Like, I'm pretty much like good where I am. But there's this desire, there's this dream that you are so attracted to and passionate about that it's pulling you towards it, right? It's like the sun, right? It's pulling you towards it. And you want that so much that you are motivated every single day, right? So before, my kick was the push force to really make that move because I'd been sat in that position for a little while and it took something like that to push me off. Now I'm motivated by a pull force. Now my motivation is the statistics in female entrepreneurship that only, when you look at it, statistics between 2 and 4% of women get their businesses to 7 figures. Like, I just think that's plain wrong, because that to me makes out that like women are not as smart as men. And I know that absolutely not to be true. So I'm like, what is happening in between means that we have such a big gap. Even though I know that when a woman sits on a board of a company, the likelihood of that company hitting like astronomical profits and doing better is also proven. So for me, my pull force now is like, hang on a minute, I am so motivated to make a difference to these statistics and help more women learn what I know. And I think online communities have been so amazing for that, that now we get to learn from home. So if we have families or we have other roles, we can jump. And this is so insane. Like, look what Zoom has done for us being it. We would normally have to be in a physical space for this to happen, right? How many of you would not have been able to join this event if it had been in person, right? Flown smart. I probably wouldn't have even been able to speak at it, right? If I had to go there and meet in person. And the same thing as like with Circle doing with the community aspect, how many of you would not have found your people without social media or Circle being able to bring you together? I know for a fact that the Boss Babe community has, like I said, grown to, I think we're like 3.6 million now on Instagram, right? That is a huge audience, right? Incredible. But you know what even makes it more special is when we can take that audience onto Circle and put them into smaller pods to really bond. And from there, they have conversations around, you know, we have a Circle community on how to grow and monetize your social media, right? And so we have people in like, okay, how many followers do you have? Let's put you guys into this group. What are you struggling with? Let's put you guys into this group so that they can have these conversations and relate to people exactly who they are at. And when I see those conversations, when I'm a fly on the wall, or I do a Zoom and I do breakout rooms, and I pop into a breakout room and I see these women supporting each other and actually making a difference in their lives and realizing that's actually generationally affecting other women and their families, that's what motivates me all the time. That's what motivates me to work even when I'm tired, or to find a way through when things are really hard. And so it's become, and I guess this is also why I ended up showing up on social media. The way that I overcame my fear about showing up on social media wasn't because I wanted to be on social media. I really freaking didn't. And honestly, like, I'm like, oh my goodness, like I have to post something today. What do I post? But my motivation is because I know when I do it, it helps other women. I know that lots of people relate to my journey of finding it really difficult. And so when I do it, I think about the women who watch me, who also like, I then encourage, like, go and do it. You can do it. If I can do it, I'm not special. You can do it too. And so I think really that's what motivates me, is the fact that I can leave. I like to think I can leave this world better than I found it.
So true. You already are. And that's the key. It's like you already are making that huge difference. You know, you're already impacting people in such a remarkable way. And I think that when you give yourself the credit and the joy for that, it just keeps you going. It just keeps, you know, sometimes you have to end the week and go, you know what? I had 5 nice comments back who said, I needed this in my life right now.
Yeah.
And take that in.
And I just say as well, like, sometimes when you're starting out, like we said earlier, it might be like, I think no one watched my first live, or even on this time, it probably had like 100 views, right? In total over like 5 years. And I know that it can be hard when you're starting to build, but one thing I've always remembered is the positive ripple effect, right? If you affect one person, right? That one person watches your video, but they live with a family of 4, and you've given them a positive messages, then that message has gone to those 3 people that they live with. And then those 3 people have maybe interacted with someone at work and they've shared that message or on. So actually, when you think, oh, I just affected 2 people, or I just had 5 comments back, it's not just 5 comments. It's then the effect that those 5 people had with those 5 people that they are surrounded by, and they pass that message on, they pass that empowerment on, or they pass that, you know, positive vibration on for the day. And I think that where we're at now negative energy can spread. But you know what? I really believe that positive energy spreads far quicker. It's far nicer. And I think if we have more people in the world showing up with a positive energy and spreading love and spreading connection, and every single one of you, you're here because you want to create connection and community. And that's what really forms bonds. And whether you have 5 people in it, 10 people in it, 20 people, 200 people in it, don't underestimate the power of that positive ripple effect.
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, Danielle
Wow.
Canty from Boss Babe. So dang good. I want to pull up Andy from Circle and ask if he or Alexis has any questions for Danielle, because that was so great, honestly.
Danielle.
A shot in
Yeah.
the arm of motivation here. Andy or Alexis, any questions
I
for
feel it
Danielle?
like in my body. I'm like, wow. Like I just like, don't you want to go out and help somebody after listening to Danielle for 45 minutes? You can hear how much you care about the people, which I think is the difference between just like building a one-to-many audience where you get to connect a lot of times, but like, you know, you can unlock these connections between the folks as well. And I like listening, like we have 660 people here, and it's amazing. Like, yeah, you want to leave the world a better place. You're leaving the room a better place. Which just thank you, because you know this is like the absolute best way to start this day off. I think it gives like the right mindset going into all these other trainings that we have. So thank you.
Yeah,
Well,
I
thank
also
you
just
for
want to
having me.
say, hearing your heart for empowering women too, like by you saying and normalizing, raising your hand and saying, I want to earn more, you also open the door for other women to say the same thing and to normalize saying, yeah, that's actually what I want as well. So I'm curious, from being a chiropractor and starting social media and now the community and membership, you've really like latched on to evolving, right? And like always being willing to pivot. My question is, how have you lowered the pressure and the stakes so that you can pivot so quickly?
I think entrepreneurship or like any growth is really a mindset challenge, and it's understanding your mindset. So I always think entrepreneurs or anyone here is normally a glass half full type person. And what I mean by that is you're like optimistic. So it's not full, it's not empty, it's full. You're like really optimistic about what's going to happen. And also it's never quite enough if you're not careful. But number one, with any challenge that you have in your mindset is naming it. Like when you name something, it empowers you. Like that was the biggest shift I think I made on social, like being able to show on social media. I named that I was scared too. I named that I had imposter syndrome too. I named these things because when I named them, I could own them and then I could deal with them. So I think when it comes to like pressure and just feeling like, oh my goodness, have I done enough? How do I pivot, etc.? It's like, okay, I feel nervous about this pivot, or I feel like, okay, I feel like I'm not good enough here. So if I own that I feel like I'm not good enough, how can I then work through those emotions of then feeling like that feeling is not, it's not there, but I can manage it, or I could do something about it. So like, I don't want anyone to watch this and think that I don't have these challenges still, like all the time, but I know how to manage them and deal with them. They don't go away. For me, some people, they do completely. I mean, for sure, now showing up on social media, I definitely am not as nervous about doing that at all. And I don't really think twice about like going on and putting my face to camera like I used to. So things become easier and things become less. But I think if you hold yourself to a standard where you don't have negative feelings anymore, or you don't have, challenges, it's just not true and it's impossible. And one last thing I'll say on this point, which also made me realize it was okay, to feel the ups, you also have to know what downs feel like. That's where you'd all be at this mediocre feeling, right? So I'm always like, oh, if I have a high, I only know what a high is because I know what a low is. Does that make sense? Otherwise, I'd just be this weird, even boring thing. Like it doesn't work. So that's the way I always think about it. Like, oh, I've overcome this fear. I've got confidence on this thing. And also I'm really nervous about these things, but that is okay. And I can do X, Y, and Z to conquer it. So for me, naming it, owning it, and then understanding how I can push through regardless.
I love that. Yeah, it's not a check. Yeah, it's not a checkbox. It's a practice. It's something that you're
Yeah.
always evolving and always practicing. Okay, for anyone that's building a community from scratch, like they are starting from maybe they don't have an audience yet on social media, and they're just kind of deciding to materialize. I want to build a community. What would be like your one or two big things that you would maybe do differently, or you would kind of advise them on in those starting origin stages?
If you're just starting out, I would say just focus on one platform. I feel like right now there's so many social media platforms. So you like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, like if you start going on all of them at once, it's so overwhelming. And then you'll get paralyzed in this, like, hang on, I'm not very good and I haven't done enough. And there's an author, Greg McKeown, is I say his surname, who wrote the book Essentialism. And he talks about like dispersing of energy. So he has a circle and then all these like bits of energy coming out of it, versus if you like laser beam that energy and it goes way further in one direction. So I would say like just start on one platform and then just start seeing what you post as a test. So you have to disassociate whether it's you're a good person, people like you, or people don't like you. Social media doesn't mean that. It means like, hey, I'm going to put this stuff out. I'm going to test it. And so permission for things not to work, because you only know what does work if you see what doesn't work, because otherwise you're not, actually Brendan and I were chatting about this the other day, like A/B testing stuff, right? You don't know if those tweaks are going to work that you're going to make. And there's this whole, like, anyone who's done a science experiment, well, you don't just do one experiment, you test lots of things to see which one gives you the result you want. So think about social media a little bit more scientifically, like, okay, well, I'm going to test these things. What then works? So focus on one platform and see your posts that you're doing as tests and learn from those tests and then take it to the next level. But you can't learn unless you do it in the first place. So I think that's the key thing. Consistency will always beat content. So what I mean by that, if I am posting every single day, in fact, this is what we did with Boss Babe. We noticed that when we were growing, we got followers from every single post that we were doing. So we're like, well, what happens if we post 3 times a day? Oh, look, our followers tripled. So like, think about, don't try and aim for perfection and post once a week. If you really want to grow and you want to build that community, you need to be posting more so that you magnetize more. That magnet becomes stronger. And then it doesn't matter if it's like people liked one more than the other, but the point is you put something out there and that attracted people to you in the first place.
Woo.
Love that. So good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you so
we just
much.
got a master class from Danielle Canty from Boss Babe. Please make sure you go give her a follow on Instagram at Danielle Canty. DM her there. Thank her for being here with us today. Danielle, I'm so happy to see you on Circle. I'm so happy to see you today. You give this Circle community so much love. Fabulous session. Thank you.
You are so welcome. And I've got, if it's helpful, I've got a 30 days of content for anyone that's like just a little guide if you're struggling with what to post. Let me just drop this. It's like what we give to our community. And you can just, it's completely, like, you just download it. It's a little PDF that just gives you like a, it's bossbabe.com/content guide. And that will just give you like a few ideas if you're struggling to post. You like post for 30 days and that'll just help you on your way. So just drop that into the chat, but bossbabe.com/content guide, if that's helpful for anyone who's struggling to post consistently.
I also want to drop too, Danielle's doing an upcoming webinar. So just go to bossbabe.com and learn about their brand and her free webinar coming up, which is going to be awesome. My team actually just signed up for it this morning. We're texting me about it. Like, Danielle's doing a webinar. I'm like, oh my God. So go to bossbabe.com. You'll learn about her free webinar and their incredible courses and training. Danielle, thank you for today. That was so awesome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, everyone. I hope you have an amazing day.
So good. So good.
Much.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. I want to thank the whole Circle team for bringing this incredible group together. We have so much to do today. Andy, could I set some context for the people? And then I know you got more people to bring on too.
Oh yeah, let's do it. Oh,
listen,
by the way, I have to say, I also just got so I was asking Sid's the CEO here at Circle. I was like, hey, can you come on and show some stuff with the product later? And he was like, hey, I'm actually going to be in a meeting. And I was like, you have to give me something in advance in exchange. And he's like, well, that thing we were going to roll out a month from now, you can share it on the Circle 2.0 thing. So we're going to do a big announcement.
Wow.
in the
Today?
for today about the biggest new product feature we have coming out literally this year. So it's
I
coming
love
up.
it. Okay. I don't even know what it is. So
I know
this will be,
it's off the script,
yeah, this will be the end of this session today. I can't wait. For those just joining us, we are joined together here today to talk about building your community. How do you reach more people, bring them to a common place, what we call your circle, and literally using the system called circle.so, and keep them engaged and understand that as you add value there, as you invite them into specific spaces to help them find their way, as you make offers about accessing this discussion or accessing this content or accessing you in this specific way, as you go live in your circle or in your community, as you build your business there, what is exciting is everything Danielle just mentioned. You can do it your own way. You can be ambitious about it. You can not listen to both the doubt part, but also the doubts of others. And you can just focus. And I loved everything Danielle said. I think it was unbelievable. So I want to let you know about Circle right now, because we have a bonus from Danielle as well that we'd love to tell you about. So first, for those who are new, during the summit, Circle is running a special. It's actually the best deal they've ever put together. It has a 30-day money back guarantee. So you can kind of do what Daniel's talking about, like test, try it, see if it works. And you can go to circle.so/bundle. The team maybe can put it in the chat for us here. But check that out, y'all, because Circle gives you the ability to build your own community, white labeled for your brand, without the ads of a Facebook group taking away all your engagement. And on that Circle, and I'm going to show you mine real fast, one of ours, I think we've got like 5 of them now. So I'll show you one of ours just so you can see the example that Circle kind of looks like this when you white label it. It's a very simple and elegant place for you to bring people in to do your posts, to do blogs, to do video, to do long format, to allow the customers to create profiles and to create their own content. But look over on the left, you see there's all these different spaces that people can click on, right? Where you can post, as an example, open discussions that are free and people can have lots of discussions there. But what else can you do on a Circle? Well, check this out. If they want to join over here, this space, like my mastermind, as an example, when they go in here, it says, wait, this area is locked. And I can put a sales video here and a sales message, but basically to get in, they have to apply or to pay. These are called paid spaces. So you might bring everybody into your community into one free discussion board, as an example. But to access different areas, they have to pay more. What you don't see here is the ability, if we were here, I can go live in my Circle. This is important. We had this question yesterday asked a lot. Well, can the community members talk to each other? They can DM each other. You can do group chat with them. You can go live into specific spaces. And what's cool is your customers in your Circle, in your community, they get to set up their notification preferences. So they might get an email every time someone posts, if that's their setting, or they might get a notification anytime that someone replies to their comment. So the way Circle generates the community is it's facilitated the conversation between your community members, which, trust me, you can't build, because I tried to build it. It's too hard. So we just went with Circle. It's an unbelievable offer they are doing just for the summit. And if you sign up by midnight tonight, there's a new bonus that includes a training that Danielle and I did for our Influencer Summit last year, that she really teaches about social media audience growth specifically, just crushed it. We charge $100 just for that training, but you'll get that as another bonus if you sign up for Circle by midnight tonight. So I'm going to post, make sure you have it in here. I just want you all to know about it. Check out the bundle. There's a 30-day money back guarantee. And you get me teaching you live marketing every single month. You get the Circle team doing workshops with actual community builders every single month. You get weekly office hours to ask the Circle team any questions, so you set up your Circle right. And even if you're just starting, trust me, if you're just starting, you really need a community site. Because as I'm about to announce today too, later on, some people are using their Circle just for their homepage. They're using it as their way to communicate with people. It's replacing their blog. It's replacing dozens of groups to bring just one place where your people come together to have discussion, to learn about your offers. And I'm bullish about it. Obviously, yesterday I got into a little trouble. I got overly enthusiastic about it, but it changed my business. And I've been doing this for 15 years and reached millions of people. And I've always struggled with this one element because I haven't had the tools to be able to support a community. Now in one place for like $100 a month, and you have a 30-day money back guarantee, go set one up, try it. You'll see the power of it. You'll see the menu of all the things you can finally do to actually help people in a new way. Go to circle.so/bundle, take advantage of the free training, 10 different bonuses worth over $2,000. Best of all with 30-day money back guarantee. So there's no hype here. Test this out. Really, that's the thing. Test it out. You don't love it.
My recommendation would be sign up, go get into Circle and start like setting up your spaces and start to like think through, who you might invite in there. Go to the office hours with Mathilde, who you're about to hear from, and ask for questions. That's like your backup plan. Go into the library. So we do 2 live trainings every single month, but we've done like 50 of them where we scour the top community builders on Circle, like the folks who just are nailing this stuff already. We bring them in, we convince them, hey, can you come in and teach in the community? We have a library of about 50 of those, the workshops, trainings, panels, kind of like what this summit is, except just ongoing. So if you're like, oh yeah, this is pretty good. Like it's just this every single month, essentially. And then if after all of that time, after 30 days, you're like, I don't know, it wasn't what I was expecting. You just send an email to support@Circle and we'll get your refund. So
yeah, what's cool about Circle is their onboarding process. So for those of you who tried other platforms and you got overwhelmed or you freaked out, their tutorials and training and then live support and then live weekly office hours to ask an actual human anything you want, and they'll show you how to do it. You don't get that with other software companies. And I think what's powerful about the Circle team, and shout out to everybody watching because the Circle team is unbelievable. They actually care that you set up this community because they're a community-driven company. So they take care of you. I mean, it's their onboarding and their support is literally other level. And so for those who have started or struggled, or you just have questions about how to take people off an old platform into what's the new world where you can go live, where you can do group chat, where you can charge for specific membership sites, sort of in terms of your spaces. This is the new world. The new world, communities are your central operating philosophy. You just need a system to do it. So go check it out, circle.so/bundle. When you sign up, I'll make sure to give you marketing training. As long as you're a Circle member, I'm going to be teaching every single month marketing live. So you'll learn what works that month, how to talk to customers, how to make sales, how to send email, how to charge more, how to get yourself out there. I've been doing this a long time, from selling books to courses, to membership sites, to live group coaching, to one-on-one coaching, to consulting, to big deals with major brands. I've got some perspective to share with you, and I'll be your marketing mentor all year long as you're a Circle member. So make sure you take advantage of that. Circle.so/bundle. With that, I'm going to hand it back to Andy and Alexis to bring in Mathilde to talk about how to further build the right community. And this is going to be an awesome session for you all. Andy, Alexis, again, I'm dorking out. Sid, thank you guys for having me on today. I'm going to be here throughout the entire day, asking lots of questions and doing some other special sessions. So I'm excited to have you here, and I'm appreciative of everybody in the chat.
The best host, Brendan, the best host. And Alexis, I'm going to let you take over. The thing I just do want to say is, well, first of all, like, welcome. Literally, now we've had a couple hundred folks take advantage of this deal, which is amazing. So go say hi in the Circle customer community. Do it after the summit though, stay here for now. But if you're already a customer of Circle, if you're on our professional plan, we're gonna get you all of these bonuses. Like we're taking care of you. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
So you'll be all set. But Alexis, do you want to bring up the goat,
Yes.
Mathilde?
Our one and only Mathilde. You know, everyone needs a Mathilde in their life. And I'm so thankful that I get to work with Mathilde on a daily basis, but she's like the heartbeat of the Circle customer community. And she hangs out with community builders all day, every day, and has real conversations. She plans out all the content and training inside the Circle community because, you know, once you join a tool and you start learning and how to implement it for your business, we didn't want the experience to stop there. And Mathilde has built an amazing Circle customer community. And today she's going to be talking about how to create a buzzworthy community that keeps people engaged and coming back. And I couldn't think of a better person to teach this workshop. This is your superpower, and I'm so excited. So let's dive in. I know you've got a lot planned, and we'll also have a Q&A at the end of this session too.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the warm intro, Alexis. Right back at you. It's amazing to be working with you. And this summit is really a testament to your skills and your passion for the creator space. So thanks again for inviting me to speak. It's an amazing lineup. I was taking so many notes when Danielle was sharing her candid story and insights around Boss Babe. I'm a big fan. So hello, everyone. Hello again. Should we dive in? Are you ready? Let me know in the chat if you are.
Yeah. I want
Hello,
to just
Retta.
pin you so you're on full screen, and I'm gonna go off and hang out in the chat.
Sounds perfect. Let's do it. Hi, everyone. All right. If we haven't met yet, hello, my name is Mathilde. Like Alexis said, I am the head of community here at Circle. Before we dive in, let me just share my screen. I cannot share my screen, so I'm going to need the permissions. Let me know in the chat where you're coming from today, where you're joining us from. I know there's 600 of you. To be honest, I'm a little nervous, as maybe you hear in my voice, but I'm ready as well to share some insights. Louisville, UK, France, Frank, where about in France? I'm also from France. Colorado, Oregon, Spain, Mallorca, amazing. All right, I can now share my screen, which is great. Let me do it. Welcome, welcome, everyone. All right, give me a thumbs up in the chat or a yes if you can see my slides and not my notes. You never know with Zoom. Yes, perfect.
Yep, good.
Thank you. Awesome. Let's dive in. All right, by now, I'm sure you all have so many ideas and inspiration to build your community. I'm sure you are literally buzzing in your chair. So this talk is really going to be about kind of like diving in, zooming in, and really going into the nuts and bolts of engagement, and specifically how you can really kickstart engagement in the early days of your community. I know a lot of you have a big vision, but where do you start? What should be your first steps? I said that again. I am Mathilde. Quick intro, because yesterday we didn't have much time. I run the Circle community. Very lucky to work with people like Alexis, but also to be hanging out and supporting thousands of amazing community builders every day who are really sharing best practices, tips, and stories in our weekly events, and then in our discussion spaces. Before Circle, I was actually a community builder myself. So I was running a community for product managers that was in person. And after 6 years of doing that, when the pandemic happened, I had to find new ways to bring my members together online and also new ways to monetize this community. And so I turned to Circle to make those things happen. I was one of the first Circle customers. And fast forward to today, I joined the team to help other community builders solve some of the challenges that I faced when I was running my own community. I'm from the French Alps in a small city you probably haven't heard of, but I've added a little photo here so you know where I come from. Awesome. So I want to start the session by asking you to tell me in the chat, what is, in your opinion, the #1 fear that holds people back from launching their dream community? Danielle earlier was talking about fears and naming your fears. So please name either your own fear or a fear that you think people are kind of experiencing that holds them back. Engagement, failure, judgment, crickets. Yep. Yeah, the sound of silence. Exactly. You got it. I ask this question because here's the most common fear that people experience, and I've been there myself. It's the fear of spending a lot of time building, polishing your community, really like thinking of all the different details of the experience that you're going to create for your members, and then hearing crickets. We all want, instead, a community that looks like this, right? If you were in the summit yesterday, we had a talk around community design and how designing a community is actually much like organizing a party, right? You want people to show up, and you want to give them a reason to attend. Once they arrive, you want to welcome them. You want to make sure they have a good time. So the topic of this talk, I'm finally getting to it, drum rolls, is how can you turn crickets into conversations? So I also love the cat gif, Jessica. So how do you turn crickets into conversations? The answer, or one of the answers that I want to share with you today, is community rituals. It's really one of the easiest ways that you can kickstart engagement in your community. So here's our agenda, so you know what to expect. First, we're going to talk about, we're going to start with definitions and define what community rituals are. If you haven't heard this term before, we're going to talk a bit about it. Then, a bit like yesterday, I'm going to share real life examples of rituals that have worked for successful circle community builders. Then we're going to go into how you can pick the right rituals for your community. So exactly what rituals would work best in your particular community, depending on the type of community that you're building. And finally, I'll give you a worksheet, so an actual exercise that you can go through to design your rituals. All right, so I hope you walk away with the things that you can see here on the right, some ideas of rituals that you can implement, but also I would really love for you to just walk away from this workshop with a desire to go ahead and get started, experiment. We've heard about, the importance of experimenting throughout this summit. And so like the other talks, like the other sessions, this session is really going to be about giving you the tools to make a start. All right, cool. So before we talk about rituals, I think it's important to talk about the elephant in the room, which is engagement. Engagement has become this buzzword, right? That has, I think, lost a lot of its meaning over time because we keep using it, overusing it. Engagement is not the number of likes or the number of posts that exist in your community. That's really the realm of audience building. We talked a bit about the difference between audiences, one too many, and communities, many too many in the summit. But it's really important to keep that in mind because when we talk about community engagement, we talk about what members are coming together to do to achieve their goals and transformations. So think about it. When there is no crazy algorithm that makes people click on things or post or write comments, engagement is really just what they're going to be intrinsically motivated to do, right? It's what they're actually going to come to your community to achieve. And so engagement might be different from one community to another. And so the first thing you want to do before you dive into your community content or designing your spaces or your rituals is to really define what is it that you want your members to do once they're in your community? What is your ideal definition of engagement? It might be that your members, for some communities, it might be, forming connections, paying close attention to how many people meet in the community and support one another. It might be that you only care about having your members show up once a week for an event that you're hosting. And if they're just there once a week, that's enough to kind of like drive value and connections in your community. So that's the first thing, define engagement. You don't have to have a very specific definition, but that's really like a North Star that will guide you. Now, what are rituals? That's really the core of this talk. So let me define it real quick. This is my definition, by the way. It's a working definition. I'd love to hear if it resonates with you. Rituals are what your members repeatedly do together. And I put those two words in bold because I think they're both really important. Repeatedly, right? You want your members to achieve specific actions at a certain cadence that they come to expect. I'm going to give you loads of examples later, but just keep that in mind. A ritual is something that is recurring. And then together, a ritual is something that your members do in a group setting, not on their own. The second part of this definition is a ritual is really a moment that builds community, because community is about bringing people together, right? So your rituals are moments, could be events, could be asynchronous conversations, but there are moments where your members realize that they're part of your community, or that they remember that your community is here for them, right? And so the rituals really they're important in my opinion, because they create the conditions for engagement. When your members meet, when your members connect, share, engage in your ritual, they will develop a sense of trust, a sense of belonging, and they will be then more likely to show up and participate in other activities or other experiences that you have in your community. Does that make sense? Give me a thumbs up in the chat, or just let me know if you're with me. Yes, awesome, cool. Here's what makes a great community ritual. I love, by now you might have realized, acronyms or memorable, words. I've kind of cheated here a bit, but bear with me. Remember the 3 R's. Really easy, and that's why I cheated. Really easy. It starts with R. Repeatable and rewarding. A ritual, to be really effective, needs to really have those 3 things. So it needs to be really easy for you to implement, first and foremost. It needs to be something really easy for you to organize. It cannot be or should not be a big production event, for example, like this one. I mean, you can absolutely do that in your community if you want, but that's not a ritual anymore. So really easy. Then it needs to be repeatable. It's something that you can really do at a regular cadence, whether that's daily, weekly, or monthly, that will not really kind of like fatigue your members. And the third part that's important, the third R, it needs to be rewarding. It needs to kind of like give your members that little dopamine boost once they participate. All right, so 3 R's, really easy, repeatable, and rewarding. Those are the characteristics of a great ritual. Now let's look at some examples of rituals. I want to walk you through five rituals that I've seen work basically across thousands of communities, all the communities that run on Circle and that are coming together in our own customer community. Number 1, guided prompts. You heard from Fresh Exchange yesterday, Megan, who told you about her story and how she created this awesome membership community for people who are into gardening and seasonal living. In Fresh Exchange, you have a space that's dedicated to sharing photos of your garden. That's a ritual. That's something that you will do at a specific cadence. And that will really kickstart conversations, that will really spark discussion and knowledge sharing or just connection between the members. Here's another example of a prompt from SPI Pro. Goal setting can be a ritual. You can ask your members once they join the community, once they start kind of a specific program, to set a goal for themselves and share it. And because the more public the goal is, the more likely your members are going to be to actually achieve it. But it's also a great way to kind of create this momentum in your community. In the Circle community, we have a ritual for sharing wins. So anybody at any point can share a win in a specific space called Share Your Wins. Super clear what's happening in there. But we've started doing this every Wednesday, and that really created a dramatic increase in participation. Because now, just imagine, right? You're a community builder, a creator on Circle. You've just experienced your first 10 members have joined your community, or you've just made your first $100. You've just sold your first membership. You're gonna remember Wednesday win. That's the moment I can come and share and celebrate my wins with other Circle community builders, and really just get my wins amplified in the community. All right, example number 2, weekly events. Rituals can be asynchronous, it can be in discussions, but it can also be, or should be, because it's really powerful, live events. So you might ask, what makes an event a ritual and not any other event? Well, it needs to be, again, remember, repeatable, something you can do that's not too costly. And it needs to add value quickly for your members. It needs to be rewarding. So In the Circle community, we have a number of events and workshops like Brendan and Andy have mentioned right before the session. But we have a ritual called office hours. You heard about this in the summit. Every Tuesday and Friday, you can come in, ask questions, you can bring a challenge, share your screen, and then we brainstorm solutions to your challenge together with other people who are on the call. It is a ritual because it requires no preparation. It's something that happens at a very specific cadence that everybody have come to expect. And it's rewarding. When you come to office hours, you have an answer, you have value every time you join, right? I could not do a talk without adding some screenshots of some of our friendly office hours and our friendly community builders.
Hey, Mathilde, this is amazing. And I just want to call us out to make sure we don't brush over this because
Sure.
like anybody can do these two rituals, right? Like anybody can do a weekly live event or office hours or bring in an expert or whatever it is, or have like a weekly posting. Like when we think about like building a community, there's all these different things, but like this is like any one of us in the room could go out and set this up in our community, and we could probably do it day one.
That's right. It's
Really
super
cool.
easy, right? It's just a click of a button. You start an event, and that's actually one thing to keep in mind when it comes to rituals and engagement, right? It doesn't need to be complex. It doesn't need to be something that you do and that you perfect over time. You perfect it over time, but it needs to be something quick that adds value for your members, and it requires just a few minutes, maybe an hour maximum of your time. So
Yeah.
that's a great reminder.
Yeah, love it. Back to you.
Awesome. So office hours, another example. Okay, a few more examples of rituals, and then we're going to go into something a bit more practical. You can do daily threads, right? Where this is something that comes from actually our own community. A few days ago, maybe a week ago, I asked a question. I turned it to the community. Hey, Circle community builders, I'm giving this talk at the summit. Tell me about your favorite rituals, your favorite habits in your community. And so Kate came up with this post where, by the way, Kate is the founder of an awesome community for parents who are homeschooling their children. It's really focused on sharing like best practices and like ideas of games that you can do with your kids. And so in her community, she does something really cool. Like she has a daily cadence of rituals. Like on Monday, people are sharing specific things. On Tuesday, they share other things. Thursday, they have a think about it ritual where people share a resource. So if your community is receptive for this, go ahead and start daily threads where you ask a question in the post, and then you have all of the answers in the comments. A new member meetup. So far, all of the rituals I've shared are things that, that you can do kind of like every day or every week. But if your community works in cohorts, for example, if you onboard specific groups of members at a specific period of time, you might want to have a meetup where all your members come together and really can create a habit of existing members welcoming new members, right? So SPI Pro does this really well as well. Like they literally, when new members come in, they change the home feed. You can see here the welcome banner of the community, and they're like, welcome back, Pro. We are about to onboard new cohort members. Make sure you say hi. And then they have a new member kickoff. They create an event like you see here. The last example, the last type of ritual I want to share, member highlights. I love this one. This is one of my favorite communities on Circle. I keep saying that, but I have so many favorite communities. This is definitely one of my top 5. The Artist Alliance is a membership community for artists that is buzzing. And so what the founder, Jen, does here is she has this ritual where she shares a profile of one of her members every week. She calls this the Artist of the Week, kind of like ritual. And the trick though here is that you have to have completed your profile to be picked. And you have to be also active in the last 30 days. So that's like a nice way as well to tie rituals to incentives here. All right, little summary here. Here are the 5 types of rituals that you can use today that are super easy to implement. Let me know in the chat. Samantha, you asked what was 4 again. There you go, new member orientation. Let me know in the chat.
You just got to screenshot this. This is a good one here. This is like a very good slide worth coming back to if you're trying to get more engagement in the community. So I'm just going to do a little screenshot action.
Screenshot away, Andy. No worries. We'll also make the replay available. So screenshot it and let me know in the chat what is one ritual that you think would work really well in your community. Think about like what is it that you have a vision for, And yeah, tell me in the chat, what is one ritual that Larissa is saying, highlighting members, daily Q&A for Radha. Jessica says guided prompts. Awesome. Cool, member highlights. Perfect. Well, I hope it gives you some ideas of rituals that you can implement. Wednesday win as well, for sure, in Spanish somehow. Okay, we have to think about how we make it work. Cool, so a few do's and don'ts about rituals now. Experiment with the format, the time, the cadence. You might not have something that works right away. That's fine, right? Maybe you start an event or a ritual that has just a few people showing up. Really focus on serving those few people first, and then you'll see, Danielle shared before, the ripple effects. Those 2 people will probably come back, maybe bring other people, and then you'll have something that's a little bit stronger. Maybe experiment as well with the kind of like the cadence or the time at which the ritual is happening. When we started office hours in the community last year, they were at different times. We were having a different schedule every month. The moment we made them the same time every week, engagement and participation really increased. So experiment, lead by example. So that means, yes, you have to participate in your own ritual. You want to show your members what participation looks like. Stack your ritual is another tip I have for you. What I mean by that is, when somebody is here in your community participating in a ritual that's kind of like a small ask, right? They're much more likely to do something bigger afterwards. So I was sharing yesterday, office hours. When people come to office hours, I've noticed then they are more likely to help each other in the community afterwards, or sending each other a DM, or helping each other outside of the office hours. So if you stack your rituals, I mean, you ask your members to do something else after the session or after the ritual. All right, now here's some don'ts, a few. Don't overdo it. The risk with rituals is that you can get excited and see all those ideas in there. It's great. Here's a good rule of thumb to avoid things falling flat. And by the way, if they fall flat, it's fine. But just think a bit about this question. It's a question that Nivea Chanta, who is a community builder on Circle, is sharing, which I really like. Would I do this with a group of humans in real life? If the answer is yes, you want to something. If the answer is no, maybe revisit your ritual ID. Again, it's a little like rule of thumb to avoid doing rituals or overdoing rituals that maybe your members wouldn't want to see. Again, remember your community is like a party, right? It's you would not necessarily ask your members as soon as they arrive to talk to everyone else who is already at the party. Don't keep rituals that don't work. Feel free to remove things. You might try a few rituals, it might fall flat. That's fine as well. Just make sure that you switch things up and that you keep experimenting. But give yourself some time, 6 to 8 weeks to see if an experiment works. Show and Tell, one of our top events in the Circle community, where people are coming to share the behind the scenes of their communities. They give us tours of what they've built on Circle. Really popular. It really helps tons of people build their own communities. It helps create a sense of belonging in the Circle community. That ritual started super small. If I had told myself 3-4 weeks after starting it, if I had just looked at the number of attendees, I would probably have stopped. But I kept going, and after a year, it's now one of our strongest rituals in the community. The last don't I have for you is don't seek perfection. Remember, your rituals are something that really build community. It's really moments and habits that help your members get to know each other and that keep them coming back to your community at a regular cadence. So this isn't the time for big production. Start really simple and give your members a really easy thing to do as a first step. Cool. I'm going to finish with a quick exercise that you can do in your own time to come up with your own ritual, because you've heard a lot of ideas by now. You can pick a few that I've shared with you, or you can design your own. And here are some tips to do that. So, quick sip of water. 3-step. You want to observe, ideate, and create. So the first step is to observe. What are your members already doing in your community? If you already have a community that's live, pay close attention to what they're already sharing organically. Are they sharing specific types of content? Are they asking questions? Are they confused about something? And then look at the underlying reasons or the motivations that drive those actions. I'm going to give you an example in a second, but really seeing what's already happening organically will help you design really powerful rituals that keep the engagement really high. The second step is ideate. Once you have observed what your members are doing, you want to come up with a list of possible rituals, of activities, preferably activities that, extend something that members are already doing in your community. And think of the outcomes that you want to produce with those activities. So think about either something tangible. I want my members to, learn something specific, or something emotional. I want them to feel confident, excited, connected. Then you want to pick one, literally prioritize your list, try to see what is the lowest effort and highest reward, and start fleshing out your rituals, start creating the details for your rituals. So you want to think about those parameters. Who is it for? Is it for everyone? Or is it a subset of members who's going to really drive the ritual? What is needed to participate? Is there anything specific that members need to do, prepare? And how can I make it really easy, right? So you want to give people a template, some prompts and guidelines to make participation a no-brainer. And then your ritual is launch ready. You can start implementing it in your community. All right, quick example. I have two quick examples, and then we're going to go into questions. The first one, I'd already mentioned it. Last year, when I started running the Circle community, I was coming up with an engagement strategy. I was wondering, how can I get people to really come together and share what they're building on Circle? I started by observing, what are people already doing in the community? We had a few discussion spaces at the time, and I noticed that people tended to share the setup of their Circle community. People were sharing Loom videos and screenshots of their spaces and what they were building on Circle. It was clear that they were really proud of their work, and they wanted a bit more chance and a bigger space to really celebrate what they were building. So when we started launching events, weekly events, we came up with this idea of having a show and tell meetup where people come and give a tour of what they're building, and also share lessons learned of what they've learned during their launch phase. And the way it works, again, it's for anyone who has recently launched a community. It used to be every Thursday. For a year, we did this show and tell meetup every Thursday, so people knew it was happening and would tune in or watch the replay. It would happen live in the community. And then to make things really easy for people to participate, I would send them guidelines of what are some of the things they could highlight in the show and tell. Another quick example from Breakthrough Facilitation. It's a cohort-based course that runs on Circle. It's a course for people who want to step up their facilitation game. So, leading virtual meetings and that sort of thing. So in this community, a lot of times, because I was actually a paying member of the Circle community, members were asking, how can I connect with other members from the course? So, we had those weekly live sessions where we would come in and actually just learn with the creator, the facilitator. But people were asking, they were posting in the community, like, how can I keep in touch with those who I've met in the course? So one thing that the facilitator started doing was, at the end of each live session, she was starting to encourage people to, message, DM one another using the member directory, for example. So another example of how you can see what's happening in your community and use that as a cue to create a ritual that will help people go further. All right. So that's what I wanted to share with you folks around rituals and how you can build rituals for your community. I hope you found some value in this talk. Let's stay in touch, please. I'd love to know what you're building. And here I added some of the ways that you can reach me, mainly on Twitter and in the Circle community. That's where I tend to spend most of my time.
Mathilde, thank you. I love how practical that was. It's like these are all like little things that we can just go and actually do in the next couple of days. Like if we had folks in there, we can run all these. The biggest fear everybody has is like, man, what happens if I go out and I start taking action and then like it's a ghost town? And it's really nice to know, well, hey, I kind of have this like playbook and these tools that can just remove all the risk and kind of start to get that initial momentum. When we look
That's
here in the chat, first of all, everybody's saying thank you, Mathilde.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. Rituals are just a way to experiment and see the engagement. It doesn't need to be something that takes hours. It's something that you can do in 5 minutes or less. Yeah.
So good, Mathilde.
Hey, Brendan.
Oh my gosh, that was so good. We just started a ritual in one of our communities of just, starting Mondays with intention circles. Just come together, set your goals for the week. You're in, you're out in 30 minutes. And I just believe that when you start thinking in some of these ideas, I wrote down so many notes. Yesterday, I took down 2 pages of notes. Today, I'm on like already half a page. And only because half the time I was hosting, I couldn't write down everything. So these ideas, y'all, I hope that you are realizing you can get in and start trying them with your community. I really want to mention, if I can, something Andy said too about like people's fear of, well, if I start this new platform on Circle, build a new community, what if it's a ghost town when I begin it? And I'm always like, well, then your job is to develop the town. Like if the ghost town is in your dream lot, your job is to build the new dream home, right? It's just like that's the job. You're the mayor. That happens everywhere. When you started Instagram or Facebook, you start your first podcast, you open up your bake shop on Main Street. People don't just wander in and your business builds. You show up, you serve, and you do marketing. And you be excited and unapologetic to put out content to help people. You get excited about doing marketing. Who loves marketing in the chat, by the way? I love it. I love it because marketing is just communication. And I love communication, even though I had to learn to like teach or share, and Mathilde had to learn how to do presentations, and Alexis had to learn how to do all this the same way that we're all doing. We all had to learn how to do this, y'all. We all had to learn to do this, but it's showing up in the spirit of service that actually makes a great marketer, that actually makes a great community builder. It is showing up over and over and over. And first it is a ghost town. And then you get the guy, the neighbor, and then that person comes in, and then this person. And all of a sudden you got 10 people, then you got 50, then you got 100, then you got 1,000. I could have never imagined in my career where it would end up. All I knew and what I believed was by building an audience, that the audience eventually compounds, because you got that one person in, but they invite 3 of their friends. You got 10 people in, and one of them tells their company, and you got 20 new people. And you do this year after year after year. This is financial wealth. This is the breakthrough. It's the compound effect of audience building is the same thing as compound effect of investing, right? Every great social media person you see, there's a compound effect of their efforts over time that all of a sudden someone says, oh, girl, you came out of nowhere. And you're like, dude, I've been working every day. What are you talking about? So don't sweat starting small. I always say, never be embarrassed to be seen starting small.
If I might add as well, you can stay small. We see great communities that are less than 100 members and that are really sustainable for their founders and really awesome for the members who are inside, start small.
100%. I love that. That's the thing. If we look at most of the, like communities that they have like big transformations, a lot of them, sometimes it's kind of like their secret weapon is that they only have 20 people that they just have to get this big transformation for, so they can give them a lot more attention. But that's like their entire business for the year. It's just those 10 people or those 20 people.
I love that. Yeah, this belief that you have to have millions of people to start, or you got to get thousands of people to like your thing. I'm like, no. You need one person in your circle in a paid members area to change your life. Because listen, it's like Danielle asked earlier, it's like, what would $10,000 extra mean in your life? Well, most people, that's changing. It's like when you start thinking about what happens in the compound effect is you get more people in your community, especially in your paid spaces. And I told somebody this last night. I was DMing them. They saw the Circle Summit last night, and they're DMing me and asking me this question. And they're like, if you only had 50 people in a paid members area, what would you do? I'm like, I'd go live in that paid members area every single week.
Yeah.
I would wow them. I'd post one long form piece of content in there every week. And every week I'd ask them a question. That's it. I'd go live, I'd post something, I'd ask a question. That'd be it. I'd do that with 10 people paying 20 to 50 bucks a month.
Yep.
And I would just be in motion. So we're not talking about having to have thousands, but if you do that with thousands, oh my gosh, now we're talking about financial freedom for your family. So I just don't want people to overly psych themselves out, because no matter how small you start something that matters today. Start something that matters. And I promise, I keep saying it, I'm going to keep coming back to that goofy thing I wrote because, well, partially because no one can read my handwriting. The other partial is community is your central organizing principle. Soon as you get that, I got to bring them to a place. I got to engage them. I got to engage them so well and add value that they want to pay me more to be in these private spaces to access my courses or my videos or my weekly group chat or my, live that I do once or twice a week or month. That's the power. And by the way, Circle does all of that. Circle allows you to collect money from your members or allows you to have free spaces. Circle allows you to go live. You don't need separate platforms. You just go live right in Circle, and you go live in Circle. You go live in any specific space or group you set up in Circle. You can charge for each of those spaces. You can charge one time or you can charge monthly. I recommend please, please, please charge monthly so you and your family have monthly recurring revenue. Because what is entrepreneurialism if we don't emphasize monthly recurring revenue? So please charge monthly, please charge annual, have at least one offer on that. I know I've been pushing that for like a decade now, but people are starting to go, wow, subscription businesses are nice. I'm like, yes. And Circle allows you to do all that. Circle allows your members to create profiles, to DM each other, to group chat. It allows you to do so many things that other platforms don't do well, from going live to group chat. It's innovative. It's why I'm so passionate about it. And again, if you love these ideas that Matilda just shared, she shares this all the time when you're a Circle community member. It's kind of the hidden secret that they have, is that their team is so remarkable in supporting you. Plus, you get my monthly marketing training when you are a Circle Pro member as well. So we'll post it. You see down there, circle.so/bundle. You'll see the link in the chat. Click on that so you can go get yourself signed up and take advantage of the offer, which is their best ever and has a 30-day money back guarantee. Anyway, it's awesome. And I'm going to shut up because I know we got to keep going on. But Matilda, those insights today and yesterday
Thank you so much.
Ridiculous.
So nice.
Yeah.
She really lives it. Like, she does this every single day. So if you're going to learn from somebody, learn from somebody who's
I have to say that's a favorite part of my job, is those small office hours where we come together as a group. It's not just about the successes, it's about also the failures, the hardships, and we support one another. So I hope to see you, more of you in the Circle community after this event. And yeah, thank you everyone. It was great to be
actually, we have a little bit of time to do a Q&A. We have about 10 minutes. Our panelists are joining us here in 10 minutes. We're having Pat Flynn and Jen Stevens on engagement. Go ahead, Andy.
Oh no, all I was gonna say is yes. So if you're like, I want people active and buzzing in my community, and you're like, oh yeah, these are some pretty good ideas, Matilda. Well, the whole kind of concept, the hook behind this next presentation was, we were like, all right, so the number one thing that people really want, like when they know it's working, like there's folks that are active in kind of getting value and talking with each other. That feels really, really good. That's like a magic moment when you launch that community and then people start talking to each other. You're like, okay, like something's happening here. But it's something that you kind of got to nail a few things in order to do it. Not overly complicated things. So what we did is we went and we did this kind of database search of our 5,000 customers. And we literally pulled up a whole spreadsheet. We went to the top 50 of them and we started to look through, like, who are the top 1% of all creators and communities on Circle, and can we get them to come in and share their different ideas? Like, not all of them like nailed it off the bat. So like, what do they do? What do they figure out? That's the whole topic for the next, 45 minutes when we bring them on. And so we'll get into that. But, oh wait, did we lose Mathilde?
No, I think she's still with us.
Oh, okay, there she
I'm
is.
here. I'm here.
She's just
Sorry.
doing some
I
stretches.
needed a moment.
For anyone out there that
Stretches.
needs to do some stretching after sitting, for
I
a
was,
while,
I was actually, to be honest with you.
we can stretch together. Anybody in the chat, if you need a little breathing break,
I
little
encourage-
stretch break.
Everyone should do it. Like, even if we don't see you, please do stretch, grab a sip of water, orange juice, coffee, whatever you're drinking. And yeah, if you have any questions about not just rituals and engagement, but any parts of community building, best practices, what we've seen work for Circle community builders, drop them in the chat and we'll try to support you live. Thank you, Patty.
Yeah, I have one right off the bat.
Yeah.
I saw it a couple minutes ago, so I apologize. I'm not quite sure who asked it, but someone said, how do you keep your community rituals from being boring and repetitive? Like, and if they start to lose interest, how do you gauge that?
That's a great question. So the first thing is switch it up. Show and tell was happening every week last year. At the beginning of this year, I asked people in the community, I created a post. Hey, like, show and tell was great. We came together every week in 2021. What now? What formats would you benefit from? And just keeping a pulse on what was happening, not just the hard numbers of engagement, but really like what I felt the community needed at this point in time, the Circle community. Gave me some insights into maybe show and tell was a 2021 thing. Maybe we can do it once a month now, not once a week. And now we are in the process of reevaluating and thinking, okay, Emma, who was probably here, joined the community team, super grateful to have her. So together we're going to start thinking about what are the rituals, what are the content types can we create for the Circle community builders. So switch it up. Don't stay stuck on one ritual. And have some fun with it also. I think you don't want to just do whatever has worked for other communities. You want to just find the wild card, the thing that will work for your members. So experiments and you'll find something that hopefully will get people engaged.
Yeah, I love that. Pamela asked, any guidance for how long to wait for a community to take off and become populated and engaged?
Again, go back to your definition of engagement. Because for some communities, engagement means people show up every week to a live events and then they respond to a prompt. For others, it might mean that they are there every day interacting, answering each other's questions. So I would say the time really depends on what you're trying to achieve and the sort of also transformations. We keep hearing this word in the summit, but I think it really matters, the transformations that you're trying to create for your members. I wish I could tell you 2 weeks, 2 months, but I can't. It really depends on your goals.
Hey, one of the things, and I always think of Pat. So Patrick was a Circle, still is a Circle customer, but he was also on our team. And a lot of folks, they think, hey, I got to do all these different things, my community, in order to create engagement. But a lot of times you kind of just need 2 or 3 of these signature gatherings. And Patrick, he has an endurance community. But what I always find interesting is with a lot of these communities, accountability is like the main thing they offer. They don't do 10 different things. They just have accountability. So like one great example is like, let's say you want to have accountability for 30 days or once a week, we meet up and we all do this thing together. Or, hey, I'm going to work out for the next 30 days. I just got to like post a picture of myself and, hey, here's what my numbers were for the day. There's a lot of little versions of that you can build an entire community around.
So true.
Where it just simplifies everything. But it's, to your point, Mathilde, it is that big transformation that could happen in 2 weeks or it can happen in 8 weeks. And it's kind of just up to you. So I would recommend folks think through like, what's that transformation and how can I reduce the scope of my community and still deliver the transformation?
I love this. I think accountability is such a big one and it's so underrated as well. When content is everywhere online. People have content everywhere. They can have content in your community, but what they are craving is more connection, more ways to stay accountable through connection as well. So 100%. Some of the best communities I've seen on Circle, when I say best, is like where people are really having fun. They keep coming back to it. They keep making time to participate in the community. It's because they're really connected with each other. So, and having an accountability group is one of the ways that you can make that happen. So Yeah, it's great.
So Mathilde, what I'd love to do, we're gonna bring on Jin and Pat in a couple of minutes. But for like 2 minutes before we get into it, I want to talk about this special deal we put together at Circle, because today's the last day of the summit. So I'm gonna pull it up on the screen, and I think now is a perfect time, just because like a lot of this deal like is kind of access to Mathilde. It's, you get to interact with Mathilde a lot. So I'm going to share my screen here, and I'm going to pull up this slide because I want to walk through what, oh, nope, not that. Let's see here. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Cool. All right. So are you looking at my screen? Can you see my slides?
Yeah, we can see him perfect.
Okay, so what we've done is we put together the best deal we've ever offered for Circle. And so, really, when we thought about like what you need in order to do this right and launch a community, it's 3 things. So it's the tool, right? And so that's why it's Circle. So you get kind of the all-in-one community platform, right? And we've built what we know people actually need to do this stuff. And that's why we have 5,000 builders on Circle. We literally launched less than 2 years ago. And so I think it's resonated. And the second thing you need is the training. The third thing you need is the ongoing support. And so a lot of the ongoing support is what we've talked about, which is we do these 2 workshops every month where we bring in an expert from our own community. And they teach and they train and they talk about how do you onboard your new members? How do you go out and like attract your first members? Or once you've grown your membership, how do you build from there? How do you get more engagement in the community? How do you make your Circle experience look really beautiful and well branded and authentic to like the rest of your brand, right? There's like so many of these trainings that we do. What's really cool is that you'll unlock access to, there's 50 of them in there, our full library from the last 2 years. And it's just like a wealth of knowledge. And so like within minutes of signing up for Circle's professional plan, you're going to get all this stuff for free to help you kind of like expedite the process and really get your hands dirty and actually doing this stuff day in, day out. And of course, just want to mention there's a 30-day money back guarantee, which is something that we always do, make it the best guarantee ever. Like we really want you to go in there and use this stuff and get value. What I recommend is you sign up for Circle's professional plan, and you go and then you start like taking advantage of all these bonuses, right? So take Brendan's training, go in and go through the library and see if there's any that you're like, wow, this is like a problem I'm trying to solve, or go and attend the office hours. Mathilde has office hours on Friday, like 2 days from now, but also twice a week. So, it's there kind of like as an insurance policy whenever you need it. And then go say hi in the Circle customer community. So we have a lot of different, it's thousands of people in there who like, if you have a question, they'll answer it for you and you'll get like a whole bunch of answers. If you, let's say, kind of want some inspiration, we have our showcase in there where you can see, 100 different examples of real communities that were built on Circle, everything from like health and wellness to real estate to gardening and painting and art and just so many different types. And it's really inspiring just sometimes to see what other folks are doing. So with that said, you can go to circle.so/bundle and you can take advantage of the deal. And I see some names popping up on the screen, Alexis, and this is getting exciting.
I know. I just
Jen?
dropped that link in the chat. And hi, Jen and Pat. Welcome.
What's new? Oh, I guess we're gonna have.
I had to unmute.
No worries. No worries. Hi, Pat.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, what's going on? Welcome to the Community Growth Summit. It's exciting to have you guys here. Made it happen.
Thank you.
This is gonna be a lot of fun. Chris is saying Pat's looking great with his beard. Well, looks like Wolverine. Thank you so much for that, Chris. I'm mostly excited not just about the beard looking good, which I have no idea what I'm doing, but the fact that there's so many people signing up for Circle right now. Because honestly, it's become the center of our business. I've created courses. I've created all kinds of things. The the community has provided the best feedback we've ever gotten from anything we've ever done. It's just so amazing. So I'm excited to chat more about it today with y'all and dive in.
Yeah, this is going to be so fun. And I love that Jay said, Pat Flynn is the reason I exist.
There's a lot of questions that go with that. that I'm not gonna
Questions
ask.
too, but I'm really excited. This is going to be a really great panel discussion. I'm actually going to share my screen just really quickly because I want to add some context to the communities that both Jen and Pat have created, because these are some of the largest, most engaged communities, specifically most engaged communities using Circle right now. So let me just share my screen really quick. Okay, so Jen is a New York Times bestselling author, and she is the founder of the Delay Don't Deny community. And she's been a member on Circle since September of last year. She has over 5,000 members in her community. Look at these daily active users. This is the stats I really want us to focus on in this chat. Daily active users, 628, and monthly active users. These are people that are logging into her community on a monthly basis. That's over 50% of her members are active on a monthly basis, which is incredible. Since she started at Circle, her community has over 145,000 comments. Like, that is engaged, Jen. Oh my gosh. And over 15,000 posts from her community. So I just want to break down her pricing too, because I think pricing is always helpful to see, how are creators and entrepreneurs pricing their paid communities. So you can see her monthly plan, her annual plan, and her one-time fee. Jen, what's it like looking at these stats here?
Well, that's cool. I didn't realize how many active users we had. That's really good to see. So thank you for showing me that. That's a lot of fun. I came from the Facebook world, and on Facebook, I had a community of almost 500,000 people combined. Yes, 500,000 combined members. And it was really scary to walk away from a large community and leave Facebook like that. And so I took the leap. I'm so glad I did. Circle is amazing. Best decision I ever made was going to Circle. But, I love to see that 3,951 are active monthly. That's exciting.
That's incredible.
A lot of people lurk, in communities. You don't realize they're there, but
yeah, they're lurkers. They consume everything, but they may not necessarily engage. And for those in the chat who are wondering what this session is called, this is behind the scenes of communities in the top 1% of engagement on Circle. So I kind of ran through Jen's community, and now I want to introduce Pat's community. He's the founder of Smart Passive Income in the SPI Pro community. And again, you can see his daily active users, monthly active users. He's been an early adopter of Circle, March of 2020.
Yeah, early on, really early on. But we believed in it. And just full disclosure, I'm also an advisor to the company as well, but it has become the center of our business, like I was saying earlier. And our numbers aren't quite as impressive as Jen's. And Jen's, you're doing absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
But we have a very tight group. There's an application process to get in, and we don't want it to grow huge because of who it is that we're trying to attract and bring in there. So 92 daily active users. I mean, that's actually a higher percentage, and we're trying to keep it tight. And it's just really cool to see this. You do get access to this data inside of your panel as well, inside of Circle, which is nice. And we do pay attention to this because this is one metric that we use to consider, not like how well are we doing overall, but how are we growing? How are we continuing to improve engagement over time? And I know we're going to get into all that stuff today, Alexis, so I'm not going to dive in right now.
Yeah, we are. We definitely are. And just to kind of go through Pat's pricing too, $99 a month, $990 for the year. And he did say it's application based as well. But yeah, the engagement in both of these communities, even though the sizes are different, when you look at percentages, they both have that really, really high engagement. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and jump into the questions. Andy, I saw you join us. Do you have any questions off the bat?
I just have to set the stage for everybody too, and tell the origin story of Circle, because Pat played a really big role in it, because we were thinking about starting a business, right? We were thinking about starting Circle, and we were like, hey, we think there's, a need for this, product out in the world. But, Pat and Matt partner over at SPI, they almost in some ways like help build the platform. So what you're looking at today, the different features, the new features that are coming, the SPI team has essentially been a guinea pig. Like a lot of the ideas that you see built now came from Pat and the team. And so one of the things you'll notice is that a lot of the things that we talk about is, oh, these are best practices, or you should try this, or hey, we're seeing this. We actually just saw it in the SPI community. And then we were like, oh, you should do this. But it's Pat's idea, it's Matt's idea, or it's Jin's idea. And so I just wanted to call that out, is that Circle kind of built by the SPI team. Anyway, back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And, that's just a nice way to say how demanding we are, really. But no, I mean, the truth is that I love the Circle team more than any other business we work with, because you guys listen and you guys pay attention. And a lot of our demands, if you will, are coming from our audience. So it's not just me and Matt, it's the people who we're trying to serve in these communities and what would be best for them. And you guys are quick. You guys are quick to implement and keep us excited with a lot of these new features that are coming out that do help with engagement, that do help with keeping people's experiences great there, because it's a pretty big ask. And Jin, I'm sure you know this, to bring people in from places like Facebook that we're all familiar with. It's different to have like a separate spot, but once they're in there, once they see like the experiences they have, it's like, wow, this is what Facebook could have been or should have been.
Right. Yeah. And just having that barrier of entry, the cost of having it off of Facebook, people are like, well, I'm not going to pay. Facebook is free. But apparently that little, my community is not expensive. $9.99 a month. $9.99 a month is apparently the barrier of entry to people who are going to come on and be jerks. They're not going to come on and be jerks for $9.99 a month. They are invested. They're all in. They're paying for it. And they're happy to be there. So it's changed the whole community feel from being, on Facebook where everybody's like, I'm here for free, so I'm going to act like it, versus here we are in a place where we're paying to be. And the culture is just so different.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And I want to actually dig into the culture that you've built inside your community as well. And let's take it back to the origin. So Jin, you came over from Facebook. I want you to kind of paint a picture of where you decided, I want to leave Facebook and join and actually create a paid community. What was that like? And then kind of give people an insight into what Delay Don't Deny, like your actual community is.
All right. Well, I'm in the intermittent fasting world. My books are about intermittent fasting. I podcast about intermittent fasting. So I work with people who are trying to implement intermittent fasting in their lives. And my background is elementary school teacher. So if you want to know what kind of background do you need to really run a successful large group of adult community, elementary school teacher doesn't hurt, because you don't put up with the shenanigans. You're like, we're not going to talk like that. I mean, anyway, I know it's adults, but still you understand, you can call people out on their crap. Right. So we actually didn't come straight to Circle. Did you know that, Alexis?
I didn't know that.
Started out somewhere else first. When I first was looking, it was it was right after January of 2021. And Facebook was feeling like a really unsafe place for the health community, because a lot of speech was being in the health world. They're like, we don't want you to talk about that. And they hadn't started targeting fasting yet. Maybe they never will. But suddenly we realized they could if they wanted to. If suddenly Facebook had decided that fasting was unsafe, because there are communities out there where people are doing too much of it or doing it in an unhealthy way, not mine, but they could have been like, all right, fasting is off of Facebook. And I would have lost my community just like that. And, I didn't have any way to really connect with them because that on Facebook. So I was like, we got to go. I just suddenly didn't feel safe. So we ended up with a different company, not Circle. And it was kind of like, they'd been around since 2012. And so I thought, well, they've been around a while. They're going to be fabulous. No, it was a terrible experience. The platform was clunky. It didn't work right. They were not responsive. Their customer service was terrible. And members I had a lot of people make the jump with me, and they were like, this is awful. And then they quit. And so it got so bad that we had to find somewhere else. So I started looking around, and that's what led me to Circle. And thank goodness I found it. Circle has been a completely different experience from day one. It's been amazing. So thank goodness a lot of the members followed me one more time over to Circle, and they had to really trust me to go to a second different location.
Yeah.
But they have. And so we were able to, to leverage the coupon feature to get people who had taken the leap with us the first time and bought, the annual membership on the bad platform, like, Voldemort, he who shall not be named, whatever. But here we are on Circle. So I used the coupon feature. They could come over for $1 and get a year for $1 if they had made the transition before. And so they did. And they're like, man, this is so much better. So Circle's been fantastic from the beginning. But, I have a podcast, and it's a top podcast. And, so I have an ad that runs on that at the beginning of every podcast. And so we have new people joining our community every day coming from the podcast. And so they already kind of know what they want, as far as intermittent fasting support, and they know me from the podcast. And so they find their way in, and then they're really excited to get there. And because the community is engaged, it's not just me telling them how to do intermittent fasting, it's the community supporting itself.
I love that. And we're so glad you're here. I'm glad. And I'm glad that your community stuck through that migration and that transition period with you. So Pat, on your end of things, you've been in podcasting, top course guy, like you're the course guy for a long time. And you still are. What shifted into the mindset around, I want a paid community, I want a membership? What was that shift like in making that decision back in 2020?
Yeah, honestly, I've wanted a community for a very long time. Back when I was learning about generating income online in 2008 and 2010, I heard about this holy grail of generating income, which was the recurring income that can come from a membership community or some community like what Circle offers. But I just never really had two things. Number one, the idea of what that community would be all about. Like, I didn't just want to create a community. People were doing that for free anyway. And secondly, I just didn't have the tools to do it back then. And remember, Circle's fairly new. And like Jen, I experimented or tried some other things just to kind of see what they were about. And they just were clunky and hard to use. And ease of use is very important, not just as a creator, but as somebody who's going to bring people in to use something. You want that to be easy to use as well. But the really big thing happened in 2019, which was an event that I put on in San Diego for networking with my audience. It was called FlynnCon, and it was 500 people flew to San Diego to meet each other, hang out. There were presentations and stuff, but I added an hour and a half to 2 hours in between so that people could meet each other, because those are my favorite parts of events when I go to in-person events. And it was like magic, right? Of all the feedback we got, people were like, the talks were great, and the speeches were awesome, but it was the time in the hallways that were the most valuable. And so I was like, wow, it would be amazing if we didn't just do this once per year in 2 to 3 hour sessions in between talks. What if this was available all the time for my audience to connect with each other and have these hallway conversations all the time? Like, we need to look at a membership community. And then, of course, the pandemic happened, and I wasn't able to put on this event again. And I was like, we gotta bring forward this community. And it just worked out timing wise with Circle coming on board, and my relationship with Andy and Sid over there, that we built it. We launched it in July of 2020, and it's just been rocking since. And honestly, the best feedback we've ever gotten from anything that I've built. And what it does is it adds that element of people being able to find each other. Right. It's one thing for a creator to create something and then, people consume it, but then they're often alone or feeling lost. It's when people can do those things with each other and also find accountability, support, other mastermind groups, or, other people going through it with them, that they now are able to actually more likely finish those things that we had that were more just for themselves before. That, in addition to just the connections, business partnerships have been formed, mastermind groups have been formed. Just when you can be the person that facilitates these interactions in your community, it does nothing but heighten your brand. And to Jen's point earlier, it's beautiful because they're all finding each other and discussing with each other. You can almost like just set up the thing and lay back and let it happen. Now, I will say that with an asterisk, it takes a lot of work up front, and you have to get to that point where it can start having a heartbeat of its own. But once that happens, it's like it's magic. And you're getting paid
Yeah.
for this. If you have a paid community, it's like, wow, this is the best of all worlds.
100% everything you said, right? You know, that it's like when I was a teacher, there's a quote, Montessori, I can't think of her first name, Maria Montessori. She said the best teachers are the ones who the kids are working as if they don't exist. That's the same for your community as well.
Mhm.
The best communities are the ones where Pat and Jen are not having to lead every discussion or support every comment. They're supporting one another. You want to build a community. That's the point.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love that. I'm curious, when you were just getting started, how did you decide what to include in your paid membership? So it felt like you're actually able to communicate the value of paying for a monthly membership.
Are you asking me or Pat? Who do
Both of
wanna-
you, whoever wants to go first.
You go for ahead, Pat.
Okay, I'll go first on this one. You go first on the next one. There we go. So as far as like what to include, anything that I create always should come from the audience that I'm building it for. So conversations is most important to those people who attended FlittenCon and people in my audience, super fans who were chatty about everything we were doing. I wanted to get in contact with them, connect with them on DM, get on Zoom with them, and just ask questions. If there was a community at SPI, what would you imagine it would be like? What would be in your ideal world? What would be the kinds of things we would do? And actually, we did some surveys and things like that. The most interesting thing we found was that, of all the things that we could include in a community, more content was the thing people wanted the least. They didn't want more content at all. And initially, we thought we were going to put in some additional content in there that was exclusive just for SPI Pro members. People did not want that in the space of entrepreneurship that I'm in. In fact, people are bloated with content. They don't need more content. They need connection. And that's what we made this space about. That's what took the position of our space. This is the safe space for entrepreneurs to come in. There's an application process and a fee to weed out the people who are not serious about their business. And we don't just leave those people who don't qualify hanging. We give them opportunities to learn more and potentially qualify later. So it does feel like a very exclusive place. Sort of people on the outside are like, oh, what's going on in there? I want to be a part of that. And it makes it really special. But as far as what to include, in addition to having conversations with people, we just had a sea of Post-it notes of all the things that we've seen in other communities that we like. And then we started picking and choosing, with the realization that you cannot launch with all the things up front because it's going to be so overwhelming. What are the 2 or 3 things that you can include in the beginning that you can then add on to later should you choose to want to do that? Because then those become special announcements for the members that are in there. If you were to launch with everything, it's going to be too overwhelming. And just start with the 2 or 3 that are going to blow people's minds up front. That's how I would recommend it, and that's how we launched.
Yeah. What about you, Jen?
Well, I think, one thing that you said, Pat, is so important. Start smaller than you think you're going to be. When we started our very first one off of Facebook, I asked people what they wanted before we left Facebook. I'm like, what kind of, groups do you want? Of course, Circle calls them spaces, but what groups do you want? And they named like all these things. So we set it up with like 100 groups, right? We set up 100 groups they could come and be. They didn't really want 100 groups. They thought they wanted 100 groups. They did not want 100 groups. So start smaller than you think. And people will tell you what they think they want, but they don't really necessarily know, because people thought they wanted 100 groups and they didn't. They just they wanted a little simpler. You can add stuff later a lot easier than you can take stuff away. So start small.
So true.
That being said, we've actually taken some stuff away because that consolidates things. Some stuff that we thought was going to be popular was not. So we just said, you know what, we're going to remove this, and it makes it tighter as you go. I mean, you're supposed to evolve. You're supposed to pivot, as Ross would say, but it's really important to realize that it's going to adapt, and that's what keeps it new and fresh, even for the members who've been in there for a while.
Yeah.
How have you structured your community to make connection and engaging with each other easy and approachable? And I think a lot of that comes with how you actually set up your Circle account or your community account. Like, how do you actually, in the onboarding process and when you are building out your spaces, how have you structured your community to where it makes sense for them to click and just start typing and introducing themselves?
Circle's pretty intuitive, so people can figure their way around. But again, like I said, you want to keep it simple. We have, spaces obviously a lot of different spaces set up that people can choose to go to, but we have almost all of them feed into the home feed as well, because there's going to be your unsophisticated user who never realizes there's a left navigation menu there, and all they can do is look at the home feed. That's true. There are people that really, really struggle with technology. And I mean, maybe that's more so in my group. With intermittent fasting, we have people of all ages who technology is not their forte, but you want to keep it simple so they just kind of can't miss something. So everything feeds into the home feed, except for a couple of niche groups where you have to actually, like one just for women or one just for men, where there might be some more sensitive subjects you don't want everybody seeing. And so you just have to really think about that user that's going to struggle and set it up to be easy for them. And they're going to see stuff. If they have to look really hard to find it, a lot of them are just not going to. You can think about Facebook and the algorithm, right? We've been trained by Facebook to be lazy consumers of information, and they just pop it at your eyeball. And if it's not popped in your eyeball, you don't know how to find it. So when people are coming over to a new platform, you just have to keep that in mind. Because when we had those 100 groups on the other platform and they were all separate, and you had to go to them, people didn't do it. They didn't do it. And it's when you have it right there in a feed. And the good thing is there's no algorithm choosing what they can and can't see. They're going to see everything that's in the feed, but it's easy for them to find it. That's the most important thing, because people are not going to work real hard. If it's not easy, they're going to be out of there.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And even the way that you communicate what the space is, even the language you use, making it incredibly clear, and so that there's no question of when I click into the space, who is it for? I love that. What about you, Pat? How have you structured SPI Pro to encourage engagement, but also make it easy for your members to engage out of the gate?
Yeah, there's a few things. The most important one being the onboarding process. Like you mentioned earlier, I don't want to skimp over how absolutely vital a great onboarding process is. And we also call it like an onboarding challenge. We want people to complete a certain number of steps. One of those steps being introduce yourself in the say hello area and introduce yourself area. And that way we also, on top of that, encourage existing members to welcome, almost be like a welcome committee for some of the new members that are coming in. Now, what is beneficial about the way we do things, and this is different than what I imagine, Jen, you have. Jen, you let people in anytime they sign up, right?
Yes.
Because you have that podcast ad.
Yeah.
We have cohorts come in every quarter. Mm-hmm. And so we actually have applications come in, but we don't let people in until a certain window during the quarter. So it makes it feel like an enrollment period. There's a little bit of scarcity involved. You only have this much time to make a decision if you got in and act now. But also you come in with a group of people. And it's the difference between going to college 2 weeks later after school starts and you're like, everybody's friends already and I'm here and I'm lost, versus going in with your class and you're meeting other people who are literally, setting up their dorm rooms with you. And, we have a little tag that says, Q3 2021. So you can find other people like you and you can sort them and filter them and find your classmates. And we also have, in addition to all that, sorry, I'm just rambling. I had a lot of coffee earlier. We also have a orientation for those people too. And that orientation sets the tone as well. In that orientation, we bring existing members in to talk about their experience as well, to resell SPI Pro to everybody who just signed up. Not because we think they're going to leave, but because we want them to get excited about being a part of it and enjoying. We have those members encourage the new members to participate and offer the fact that you get the most benefit when you are not lurking. You can totally lurk, and we have lurkers as well, absolutely, but you get more benefit from participation. In addition to that, we have many different events and other kinds of things that connect people with each other, from challenges that happen every single month that I lead, to Ask Me Anythings with experts, to office hours that we have. Some of my own team members offer office hours, and that enables people to connect with each other. And then finally, and then this is the biggest principle, is leading by example. If we want people to participate and, for example, share a video, and that's what we encourage people to do, is get out of their comfort zone and share a video to participate in conversations, then we lead with a video, right? If we were to just in text say, hey, share a video below of what you're doing behind the scenes this week, it's like, okay, versus me getting on video and saying, hey, everybody, check out what I'm doing this week. We're launching a new course and this is something that we're working on. Tell me what you're working on. Do a video just like me, just like I did. And it's super raw. It's like not edited. It's not fancy. It's, it could even be on your phone. And that encourages people to do the same thing. When you lead first or somebody else, maybe a pre-existing member leads first, the new members are more likely to do it because nobody wants to be first. Nobody wants to be the first to do something, right? Alexis, I think you're muted.
Thank you for that. I love that. I'm curious, how do you define engagement for your communities? How do you know if something's working or if something's not working?
Yeah, so we look at metrics first. Analytics are really important, and thankfully Circle gives us a lot of those metrics as far as active users, comments, and such like that. Then we look at some of the events that we hold, and we go, how many people participated in this event? How many people showed up live? One thing that's really helped, just as a side tip, is repositioning the events because, people are across the world. It's very difficult for everybody in the world to show up to an event that happens at one time. So we've repositioned the events as, here's the thing that you're going to learn from this session. If you can come, that's a bonus, right? If you can come, then you'll get some questions answered potentially. That's a bonus if you can come in live. And we do try to have events for Oceania, for Eurasia, and for other time zones as well to accommodate. But this has made it feel so much better for people if they miss, because they know they're not, quote unquote, missing out, because the content and the value didn't come just from the live session. It came from the overall sort of purpose of that session, and the replay is just as valuable as the live session. Again, going live is just a bonus. And then we also have conversations. We always try to have a pulse and talk to people about certain things. If people are perhaps not commenting enough or a lot we see, or perhaps stopped, we reach out to them and we say, hey, is everything okay? And we don't go like, hey, you haven't met your quota of 5 comments this week. We just want to know what's going on. And many times people's lives happen and, they're just not able to sign in, and that's okay too. But in many cases, we've had conversations where people are like, I just didn't really feel that these were valuable. Oh, okay. Well, why do you say that? And then we can understand what's going on and really get to the core and the root of the answer versus just, well, let's just try things. I'm always trying to do things with the guidance of who it is that we're serving for, right? Remove the guesswork. That's my biggest thing. Like, let's remove the guesswork and just find out. And it does take conversation. It does take those moments, and those are absolutely key. So I hope that helps.
But by going the extra mile and reaching out to people that you've noticed have dropped off or aren't as engaged as they used to be, one, it's a testament to the truth or behind community is you're staying connected with them, but also it opens the door for feedback, that they might not have ever given you unless you had reached out. That's really amazing.
And full disclosure, it's not just me, it's my team doing a lot of that as well. So, and I'm sure we'll talk about team, but I'd love to hear Jin's answer on engagement.
I didn't know you could look at all those stats on Circle, because that just tells you I've been focused on engagement, not looking at my engagement.
Hey, that's okay. It's working,
Well, and I do different things to get people involved. Like, I have different daily posts. For example, every day I'll create a post that is designed to get people talking. Even something as simple as drop a GIF that shows what you're feeling. I mean, things like that. Anything that is fun that people will participate in, because again, there are people that lurk, and your goal is to get them talking and talking to each other, not just talking to me, and just really, encouraging the types of interactions. And again, that's the teacher in me. Like, I'll see someone made a comment and I'm like, thank you so much for saying that. Or just, letting them see that they're seen and they're heard, because people want to feel like they're part of something. So anything you can do that helps people feel connected. Or, like tell us what you're eating today. Drop a picture of your dinner, right? We're an intermittent fasting community. Just anything like that makes them feel involved. They're more likely to come back to it.
Yeah. And also you engaging back with them. Like, if you're encouraging them to share, and then they share, then you're almost affirming the sharing by sharing back with them. It's like a conversation instead of I'm asking you to do something and then they do it, but then there's not a continuation of the conversation. I love that. Digging into teams and managing, you both have very large engaged communities. I'm curious, how have you structured your team to manage your communities at this scale?
Mine's real easy because
Okay,
look,
give us
I'm
the-
used to. I'm
give
gonna
us the
tell you,
deets.
maybe I'm also coming from not easy. Having 500,000 combined members on Facebook was not easy. We had post approval. You know, you're always fighting the bots that were posting crazy spam stuff and editing their comments and adding more spam. I mean, it was awful. It was nothing. When we were on Facebook, 99% of what we did was managing post approval, keeping everyone on track, dealing with arguments, handling problems. It's not like that on Circle. Like we came over. I had a team of 100 moderators on Facebook, 100, and they were all volunteers. I was not paying them. They were moderators who believed in the mission of helping people with intermittent fasting. And so when we came over to our first off of Facebook community, I was like, we're going to need moderators. And so we had moderators all set up. Then we realized people didn't need moderating because they're paying to be there. And so again, the people who are going to be coming in causing all sorts of problems aren't going to pay you anything to come join a group. They're on Facebook doing their thing there. And so the group moderates itself. We have 3 admin and that is it. And we don't have reported posts and reported comments and having to go in and break up arguments because we model a culture of everyone is welcome. Everyone is valued. Thank you for sharing that. Your experience is important. And just everyone feels like they can say what they want to say and how they want to interact. So it's a very safe place. And it's just been delightful to not have to have all that. You know, we're not having to manage a community. We're just having the community.
Love that.
That's so good. And it's true, again, to this point of, you know, a paid community, it does filter out a lot of that noise.
Oh, so many. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. So I love that. When it comes to our team, you know, we are treating Circle and SPI Pro like a true legitimate business. We hired a community director. Her name is Jillian, and she is now like owner of essentially the community, and it's up to her to build a team to manage the community in the way that she wants to. She comes with community experience, and yes, technically I could manage the community, but I'm also doing 50 other things. I mentioned this in the chat. It's like, you know, I do have a whole team, but that's a result of investing in the team so that I can get my time back and put it elsewhere.
Right.
I could get rid of everything else that I have going on, courses and affiliates and blogs and podcasts, and just focus on the community myself, and it'd be fine. And that could be like the thing, and it would do really well. But it's in my DNA to do a million things, unfortunately.
Yeah. And we love that. We love that about
Me
you.
too. I get it. Me too. Yeah.
But the team is great. So Jillian is what we call CX director, the community experience director. And then we have a couple community managers underneath who help with managing the conversations. And I mentioned this in the chat earlier, but making sure no comment or question goes unanswered or unresponded to. That's the true sign of a community, is one where there is conversation, right? We don't want it to be broadcast. We want it more like broad ask. We want conversation to be happening. So that's like the first thing that the managers go and look for, is like, who has not gotten an answer yet? Okay, let's go and not just like answer their questions, but let's connect them to people who we think could answer their questions. And the beauty of having specific team members that are dedicated to the members are the fact that they all, like, Jillian knows who would be best to connect with who. And she like knows their names, she knows their families, and it's like, hey, you're a watercolor artist too. I know you're in business, but like, hey, we have another person who does watercolor art. You guys should connect. Here you go. And it's like, there's the value in the price right there. Those kinds of connections and having somebody who's dedicated to be there. Now, as far as time management, it's obviously something, there's conversations happening 24/7. We don't have people in there 24/7, like monitoring and patrolling. We have specific days of the week and times during those days where we're in the community and we're in there and we're conversing, and I'm in there as well. But then on top of that, we have like the times and events where things happen too. But giving somebody ownership of the membership has been really, really amazing. And she owns it and she loves it. And she's coming up with ideas on her own to make it better that I would have never thought of, because it's her baby.
I love how your team has set boundaries around the community, around we're not in there 24/7, because then you set that expectation, and then that honestly leads to burnout.
Right.
Hopefully community is something that adds a lot of energy to your life instead of feeling that need to be in there all the time. It can really start to drain you.
Right. And you set that expectation with your community as well. You just
Right.
let them know, hey, this is when we're around and this is when we're not around. And what can they say if they try to send you a message at 3 a.m. and you don't reply? They already know, right? And that's okay.
Right. You've both mentioned culture
Mhm.
and the tone that you have in your community. And this actually wasn't a question that I had planned to ask, but I'm just curious, what goes into your community guidelines and your tone? And, we've talked about when you add a paid element, you do end up kind of taking out some of that noise that can be distracting. But I'm curious, even still, aside, and I know it adds to engagement, but I'm curious, that culture and the tone that you're setting, just share a little bit more about the intentionality behind the decisions that you've made there.
Yeah, I mean, the guidelines are really key. I mean, it's a part of the onboarding challenge that we have is to read those guidelines and understand them. But honestly, the guidelines and the setting of the tone of your community starts even before people come into the community. You want to, on a sales page, for example, help people understand what this is really about and the kinds of things that are expected of the community members there. And, there's bullet points and all this other stuff. I mean, I'm not going to go over item by item here, but it's really just what kind of spaces, what kind of space and culture do we want to create? How can we create and set boundaries around that? And we're not perfect. We're still continuing to update and change things over time. There's been moments where somebody will come in with something super political and very, divisive in there. And we're like, okay, we come together as a team. How do we handle this? How do we update our guidelines to still support people who have an opinion, but contain it, if you will? And again, you just kind of figure things out and learn over time. But and then also, it's leading by example is an important part of this as well. And it's the language you use. It's when a person is upset, and people will be upset. They're gonna leave comments, and they might be upset at another member. They might be upset at you. It's like this really tests your customer service ability, because it can be very simple to just simply react when you need to be, even if you are responding to somebody, you still need to be proactive. And so that might mean understanding where they're coming from. Empathy is really key. And putting yourself in their shoes and asking, well, why did they do that? Or why did they think it was okay to do that? Or what might have they missed? How might we better be able to get it in front of them next time? But every community is different. And I think that if you are in communities, check out their guidelines, get inspired. I mean, we got inspiration from other communities that we're a part of and pulled that into ours. And, again, we're not perfect and we're always learning.
Yeah, that's really beautiful though. And that does come from practice too, right? We're never going to get it perfect. It's never going to be something that we're like, all right, I'm a pro at this. It's something that will always be kind of up-leveling our ability to manage those situations. Jen, what about you from a culture perspective? How have you kind of set the tone? Coming from the Facebook world, you've mentioned it a little bit, but I'd love to kind of even know a little bit more of your approach there.
Well, I really thought about that a lot while Pat was talking. And when we were on Facebook, Facebook has all those rules and you can remove things and send the rule. What rule did you break? And we were always having to do that because, when we moved off of Facebook, we thought, what do we need to do? How's this going to be different than Facebook? It's the same people coming over that we've had on Facebook. The ones who are really engaged are going to come over. And so we're like, well, let's just start without all the here are our rules. And this is what we just started without that. And just let's see how it evolves. We have not felt the need to have, here are our rules and expectations. And it just has unfolded in a way that we haven't needed that. And we, of course, would add it. Again, I have that elementary teacher background. I can pop out some rules and guidelines and I've got no problem with that, but we haven't needed to. And I hadn't even really thought of it in months. The fact that we really don't have here are the community guidelines, and we don't have people coming in and rocking the boat. I think people come in, they look around, they see what's happening, they get a feel of the culture. We have new people joining every day. We don't have a particular onboarding time. It's just, you want to join, you come, you join, here you are. And so they look around and they see the way that we communicate with each other. we haven't had to pull out that teacher voice, for example, or we're going to just really need to solve these problems and have some guidelines. And I'm not saying that you don't want to start with some, but we didn't, and we haven't needed to pull them in. Now, if I started seeing, we don't have political posts. People know we're here to talk about intermittent fasting. People share about their dog. People share about what they're doing today. And that's where the community comes in. But we're not having people bring it to the point that we've needed to have a lot of guidelines, if that makes sense. And I almost feel like maybe we should, but it hasn't been an issue, if that makes sense.
And if it's working,
it's working.
Yeah, if it's working, it's working. And I love that you both have taken different approaches so that people that are watching live, watching the replay, or in the chat, like, it's really down to the tone that you want to set and how you want to approach community guidelines and the culture and tone that you're setting. And that does impact engagement. Because again, like when you're building that safe space, people are more willing to go share a video or to post something. So I'm curious, how has the engagement of your community impacted other areas of your larger business? Because you both have businesses outside of just community. So how has the community impacted the rest of your business?
For me, it all just really, works together. The podcast is my main, my books and my podcast are the main thing. It's all just kind of like a little synergistic world of people are listening and they're reading and they're joining. And so I think the community is the missing piece. You can listen to a podcast all day long and enjoy it. You can read a book all day long and that's fine, but you want to interact with people who are going through the things you're going through. You want to be with people who understand it. You want people who understand, for me, it's intermittent fasting and the struggles you might have going to the cookout and your neighbor's annoying about intermittent fasting and you're having, you want to talk to people who understand where you've been and where you're going through. So mine just really all works together, and the community is the missing piece that people need day to day to feel like they're not alone in the world, if that makes sense. It's really, really important. And people find a lot of value being able to interact with other people who just get it. Whether it's Pat's community with business building or mine with intermittent fasting or whatever someone's niche is, whether you're build antique cars or you're a crocheter. You've got things that you want to talk about with other crocheters that, people aren't going to get unless they're part of your community. So it's just bringing all the other parts together under one roof where people can, and we talk about the books, talk about the podcasts, but we really can't separate one from the other.
Yeah. They feel very synergistic.
Very connected. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What about you, Pat? How has SPI Pro impacted the other areas of your business?
Yeah, on one level, it's obvious that the pro members are becoming course students, right? So we're earning more income from people who are more engaged. Like, wouldn't you know, people who are more engaged in the community end up spending more money with you. But that's like a byproduct, right, of the community and people finding each other. Hey, you're in that course. I should look at that course too. Cool. And now there's like actual people that you can talk to before you invest in something versus, a sales page from an ad that you're just like in this little contained space without any conversation with other people. But more importantly than that, and this is what I recommend for everybody, is like SPI Pro and the members that are there are a plethora of success stories that we can now share elsewhere. We have people who, like, one thing that we've done with our podcast lately is we've added a second episode per week. And that second episode often is giving the mic to one of our SPI Pro community members to teach something to the audience instead of me. And what that does is a couple things. Number one, it makes that person feel like, wow, like I have this platform with over 100,000 listeners now, and I get to teach something. I'm going to make it really good. But it also helps people on the outside go, wow, this is the kind of caliber of people inside of SPI Pro. Holy crap, I got to check out SPI Pro and see what's in here. Because if Josh Hall is in here teaching this stuff and that's just one person, like imagine having access to Josh and all the other people who are in Pat's community too. That has been really neat. Whenever we have ideas that we want to test or just things that we're curious about, guess who we go to first? The members of SPI Pro. And not only do we get great feedback, but they feel special because we're going to them to ask for help. And again, removing the guesswork is the name of the game. And we have this amazing pool of people who are our ideal customer essentially, and they're there, and we can utilize them and make them feel good. And very Donald Miller story brand, like you make your students, you make your members the hero of the story, and when you do that, people want to go to the same guide that hero had too, which is you or your community or you as the owner. So that's been probably the biggest benefit, besides, yes, it's adding recurring revenue into the business for the first time ever. Amazing. Yes, it's also pushing people into some of our other products. Awesome. But it's like now we have this amazing group of people and talent that we can pull from for other things to help other people on the outside.
I love that perspective. I'm curious, we've talked a lot about what's worked and how it's benefited and it's been a really positive impact on your business. I'm curious, has there been one or two things that you've tried when you've been building your community that didn't work? And if if that's true, I'd love to hear what that was and some of those lessons there.
I mean, do we have a couple hours more to talk? There's a lot of things that could have been improved or done differently. I mean, one thing that comes to mind, because I owned it inside of the community, was the monthly challenges. So we have monthly challenges that people can sign up for, and they do, and then they get a little badge if they finish that challenge that gets put into their profile, which I think is just awesome. Like, we use Zapier and stuff. A person will, after completing the challenge, get a link to a Typeform, and it's just automatically integrated with Zapier so that they get a tag that says they've completed the email marketing challenge for Q1 or for January of 2021. It's like, and people can see that in their profile. It's really motivating. But there were too many challenges. There was one every single month, and it was just like, it was too much. So we've brought it back down to a quarter, and it was getting so much that people just were like, I don't have time for the challenges anymore. And a lot of the challenges were becoming very surface level because I just felt like I needed to keep up with the next challenge, right? Oh, what can I do this month? I don't know. Let's maybe do a 30-day Instagram posting challenge. Okay, cool. And then, of course, that's a huge ask when I was just trying to fit it into this monthly challenge schedule. So, initially we came in, we're selling it as, hey, we're going to offer you a monthly challenge to be a part of. But we found out that it was just too overwhelming, too much, not really in depth. And so we brought that back, and we changed what the offering was and the positioning was. And we only knew that after doing it. And I think that's the important lesson there, is we wouldn't have known that unless we tried it. So that's just a micro mistake that we made. And there's been bigger ones, smaller ones, but we've talked, I'm curious, Jen, on your side, like what maybe could have been done better on your end.
Well, we should have started with Circle instead of the other one. That was our biggest mistake, was choosing the wrong platform and not, we didn't really even know what we were looking for until we had experienced it, and then we knew what we didn't like. And again, like I said, we started with too many groups and too much segmentation when really we needed to bring people together. And so that's one of the things we hear when people who had been on the other one come over. They're like, where's the one for, turtles, or where's the one for vegetarians? We're like, well, we're not doing that anymore. We're all together now. We just have the foodies, and we just have the, whatever. So, because again, it's sometimes hard to take things away if people have already had them. So my biggest tip is, again, start small. You can always add more groups. I also made some mistakes in how I had things set up. That was just me setting things up wrong and having things public. And then people were in groups accidentally, and they were through the paywall, but then I had to remove anyway. Pay attention to how you have things set up, and don't just start adding people to things, because once you add them, they're there forever. So you have to then unadd them, which is not easy.
I will plus one that idea of like having too many things when a person signs in for the first time and having it be confusing. We now have sort of like hid a bunch of spaces that people can sort of drop down and add themselves to if they want. Because initially we had like 15 different spaces that you could all participate in. And it's like, where do I even begin? Versus like, here's 3, add these other ones if they're of interest to you. If not, then don't even worry about it. And that's the other big thing that I think we got right, was letting people know up front, you don't need to know everything that's going on. Find the spot that's for you and be in there and participate. But if there's an event happening that is not something you need, don't worry about it. It's totally cool. Like, no FOMO, no FOMO.
Right.
And that's really hard because I know that it's like, well, you're paying for this. There's an event happening. You feel like you need to show up, but then you miss it. And you're like, am I still getting value? Versus let me proactively see what events are coming. Let me see which spaces I need to get involved with. Who can I connect with? Cool. I'm getting the value and it's continued value over time. Setting that tone up front has been really, really key because we don't want people to feel like they're missing out if they're just not able to go to an event.
Yeah, I love that. And I like too what you said about earlier, the content access when someone's live. It's not, you have to join us live anymore. It's just the content's going to be
Mhm.
there so that it doesn't bring down the value of the community just because someone can't make it live. I'm curious, and I know that we do need to wrap up here soon. We have a lot of people in the chat who are starting from scratch, like full on starting from scratch. And we kind of talked about this earlier whenever you were picking out what to include in your community. But for some of these people, this is like their first step into business ever. And you both had audiences from Facebook and podcasts and courses. What would be your piece of advice for them as they're just getting started with community, with entrepreneurship, kind of their origin stories?
All right, Pat, go first. I got to think about this one a minute.
Okay. I mean, my biggest piece of advice would be something that's been said many times already, and that's start small. And literally when you launch your membership, I would launch with an alpha group, a very small amount of people who are from your community who can get in there, understanding that there's literally going to be nothing there yet for them, but just so we can get them in there and they can start playing around, breaking things or what have you. And just to have a few people in there to start chatting and having conversations is really inspiring because you're like, wow, look at like these little connections that people are making with just the 5 people who are here who, yeah, they all kind of know each other already or all are super fans of the brand. Cool. But like now imagine this 10 times bigger or 100 times bigger and how thriving this will be. And plus when you then do your beta launch where maybe you for the first time open it up and then close it because then you want to focus on the group for a while. Now you're going to have some conversations already pre-existing in the community, and you can use those alpha members as, maybe you give it to them for free. Like, hey, in exchange for, a free membership for a year, like come in here and just start talking and start filling things out and tell me how the onboarding process was and what was broken about it or what was confusing to you. That way you can, again, remove the guesswork before you launch this thing publicly. And that's the biggest thing. And I think building it with your community in that way is going to be a lot easier than you creating something and just like praying and hoping it's going to fit their needs. And then again, reserving some of those maybe good ideas for later too.
And it's more collaborative that way out of the gate. And then you're really creating something for the community. I love that. What about you, Jen?
Well, that's exactly what we did, Pat, when we started first on the other platform. We first brought over, I mentioned we had 100 moderators in the other community. We brought over those core people first, and we built it and set it up and started interacting so that when quote, real members started arriving, the paying members or the other people started coming in, there was already something there. They didn't walk into an empty room of nothingness. So the big thing that's important, and I don't really know, there's no way of getting out of this. You have to have a community somewhere to build a community, to have this community, right? You have to build it. People have to be able to find you. So how are people finding you? See, for me, it started with the Facebook community and keyword searching and people finding me that way. And then that built, and it all just kind of builds from there. So, are you a brick and mortar? And that's where your community is. You see real people and you're going to bring them in. Where is your audience? Are you a podcaster? Are you a writer? So it's all about, is it your email list? So you have to think about where are the people that you're targeting? Where's your community? And how can you get them to join you in this other place? But if you don't have a community today, let's say you have zero community, you don't have any community, you don't have a following, you don't have any groups, it's going to be a challenge to go into Circle. People aren't going to know how to find you. So you have to really just be working on how to build your tribe, how to build your community, how to find your people. And I have found it takes maybe more people than you think to get the engagement rolling. If there's 5 of you in there, it's not going to be, there's not going to be a lot going on. So there's a lot to be said for numbers, because the more people that are in there bouncing off each other, the better. So just think about where are you going to find your people? Where are you going to get them? How are you going to get them there? How are you going to get them to engage? And that's a tricky question, for a lot of people. I remember talking to somebody and she was starting a podcast and she came to me for advice, and she didn't have any community groups. And she's like, I'd really like to start a community off of Facebook. I'm like, but who's going to join it? You've got to be clear about who are the people that are going to come join you and be able to find them. So if you're starting on day one, you have 0 people, it's not going to be very engaged. So find your people, engage them. And then, if you build it, they will come, but they have to find you. So I don't know if that was helpful or not, but
yeah, it's working on the discovery part.
Yes.
Yeah. And there is something to be said in the very beginning of building that you are focused on discovery, right? Yeah. And Brendan said this yesterday, this is a big world and not everyone's going to know you. And so how are they discovering you? And I do think that's an important part of this discussion. Thank you both so much for your time. I would love for you to share with the community where they can stay connected with you and maybe even join your communities.
Thank you for that. Thank you for having me. It's awesome to see Brendan here. What's up, Brendan? Good to see you.
Dude, I was just going to say, please make sure you drop your communities here because, literally, Pat and Jen, their communities are sick. When I asked him, I was like, hey, Andy, we're going to really take ours up this year. What should I be thinking about? And he's like, Pat and Jen. And so you all just dropped fire here today and your communities are awesome. And Pat, it's crazy. We're finally getting to hang a little bit because, for how long we've been in the same.
Dude. This is literally the first time we're talking to each other, which is sad, but we'll fix that. Thank you again for having me. My community, you can find at spipro.com. We were able to get the domain name. Woo! It wasn't cheap, but spipro.com or smartpassiveincome.com if you want to check out the podcast and all the other good places.
Perfect.
And you can find me on jenstevens.com/community. That's where my community is linked. You can get to Circle from there. And I didn't know y'all knew what we were doing over there. We just joined and there we were. So it's just a surprise when y'all are like, hey, congratulations, you've got a really engaged community. I'm like, oh, thank you.
How humble you are, Jen. You're so I love it. I love it.
True. You all are both doing amazing work. I really do hope that as people are watching this live today and then later on replay, they go check out your communities and join them and just follow and see how they're onboarding, see how they're having the conversations with it. Because you're really talking about 2 world-class people and what they shared with you. That this is a free summit also blows my mind because I would pay so much to learn from Pat and Jen already. So please give them appreciation in the chat right now. Share something you learned from Pat or Jen that you really liked in the chat, if you would, because they'll look at it and they'd love to see what resonated, what connected with you, because this is kind of what it's like being a Circle member. We have like this group of people who are actually doing the work. And I really want to give a shout out to that because Jen has a team, Pat has a team, I got a team, but we also are the people so often setting it up, pushing the dials, doing the posts, getting the comments, talking to people. Like, we have to do the work. And that's what I've been trying to convey to people. Like, be a builder. Be okay. Like Jen said, okay, it's 5 people, not much happening there. Okay, so take it, get 10 more, get 15 more. Use these strategies you've been learning here and getting enthusiastic about it, not be embarrassed to be seen starting small because Jen started small, so did Pat. And now they're like dominant at what they do because they went for it. They stayed. Look at Pat's shirt, for Pete's sake. Have you read it? It says serve first. Like when you take the service mindset in and you serve with goodness and a good energy like Jen does, I'm just here to tell you, you build that audience. Yeah. Just trust the platform, trust the process, show up every day and serve. And I promise that compound effect of that goodness in the world, it becomes that ripple effect we all dream of.
Yeah.
Anyway, much respect, Pat and Jen. Thank you so much. This was awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. My gosh.
Thanks, y'all.
Appreciate you.
Well, it's been 2 very, very full days. We've had 17 speakers. We've had 8 workshops at this point, and it's the final one. It's like
the final
close it up. Yeah.
Wow, she's got chops, y'all. That sounded good on my side.
And the final presentation is Alexis singing for the next 45 minutes.
Did you know, actually, I competed in every talent show in my small town up until my senior year of high school. So
Okay,
I can
let's go.
sing
We
if
got
you
talent
want
in
me
this
to.
room.
Amazing.
Hey.
So I'm excited about what we've got next. Talking about the future of community, making some fun announcements, and it's gonna be good.
Let me do this before we jump into our session, Andy, and just give a shout out. As you saw, Pat and Jen and so many other Circle community leaders here on the summit. I keep saying it, but there's a reason we all use Circle. There's a reason that we migrated from other community platforms. There's a reason we're pulling our people out of Facebook groups. There's a reason that we want to have a platform like Circle where we can go live to our members. We can segment our members into specific spaces where we can have unique conversations and experiences and group chats with them, where we want to segment into spaces where they get specific content or courses or videos or live experiences. There's a reason we want them to create a profile so we can learn about them, so they can DM others and actually have a name and not be some, fake name on Twitter. There's a reason that we want them to be able to set up notifications to receive the amount of communication from you and other members in the community at the level they want. This is about empowering a community. And if you're starting an audience and you want to build a community and you want to be able to have them in specific discussions and chat and places, I'm just here to tell you your job today, make sure you get signed up for Circle. They have their summit bonus today that is unbelievable, as you will see. When you go to circle.so/bundle, they'll pop it back here in the members area one more time, because this is just unbelievable that you get over $2,000 of teaching and training, hand-holding, monthly marketing training, monthly workshops on what's working from the best performing Circle community members. And you get all that for whatever it is, $100 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee where you can go, you know what, tried it, wasn't for me. But when you try it and you see how much they hold your hand and onboard you, the tutorials, the support that's live, that's like actual people helping you, you're gonna say, why didn't I start this earlier? And that is honestly, if I have one thing, and I say this all the time, if I could go back a decade ago, before all of it, if I had started with that idea, I'll come right back to it. It's my favorite card for the whole weekend. Community is your central organizing principle. Soon as you start organizing to build audience, engage them with community. So as Pat was saying, they kind of take it over and they're generating the community. They're generating the content. They're building with you the spaces and the discussion and the moderation. There's a flywheel effect in both your audience building and your revenue generation. There's a direct correlation between how much you get your community talking amongst each other and how much you're earning, because they want to be a part of something. I heard Pat also say, he polled his people, and what they didn't say is I want, tons and tons of more content. What they usually said is I want more connection, more interaction or accountability or access through this community platform we all use, circle.so. So go check it out, circle.so/bundle. You have a midnight bonus. So if you sign up, your deadline is midnight tonight to get all of these bonuses, plus an extra set of training, including Danielle Canty from Boss Babe. She taught on my Influencer Summit for an hour on how to do social media. How did Boss Babe build into millions of fans on social media? You also get some exclusive training from when you join, because what Andy and Alexis and team gives you access to is one of my marketing teachings, which is my live monthly marketing. But what we did today, if you sign up at midnight tonight, when you actually get the link to claim that bonus, we also unlock my last 3 months of training. These were all $100 sessions. So you're getting $300 of previous sessions I've done when you sign up by midnight tonight for this bundle. So $300 more of marketing training from me, plus monthly marketing with me. I'll teach you marketing live every single month, as long as you're a Circle Pro member. So circle.com/bundle, midnight bonus. I'm shouting it out, ladies and gentlemen. At some point, you're going to start. And at some point, you're going to build community. And at some point, you're going to monetize community. There's one platform everyone's going to for that, circle.so. So make sure you check it out, circle.so/bundle. Take advantage of the 30-day money back guarantee and the team helping you set it up right. And you'll be happy you did. All right.
Love it.
I
Brendan,
guess fire it up, baby.
good. So what we're going to do, is two things. So we're going to talk about kind of where Circle is headed, some of the new features coming out. For context.
And I don't even know this, so stay tuned, people. I don't even know all of this. I got hinted at a little bit, but I have no details. So I'm pumped to hear.
I tried to get Sid to come on. So Sid's the CEO at Circle. He's one of my co-founders, and he oversees our product, right? I said, Sid, can you come on and kind of walk us through everything you're building? And Sid wrote back, I kid you not, he wrote back, I'm shy. And then I said, okay, well, what can we do? And he said, you know what? You can talk about this one big thing that's coming up. So I'm going to talk about it. It's the biggest feature that we have this year. There's 5 features I just want to mention. It's kind of like what's coming up at Circle, because when you buy software, you don't just buy what the software is today. You're kind of making a bet on the product, on the company, the team building it, right? So it's a little bit of a bet. It's a little bit of an investment, and you're actually buying what the product will become as well. So what I want to show you, just to get a little insight into what's coming up from a features perspective. And of course, I want to talk about what's next, which is like, where do you go from here? The summit's going to be over in, let's say, an hour, 45 minutes. But it's really important to keep the momentum going. And we can keep the momentum going. That's what this whole offer is. But we'll talk about it. We'll get into the nitty-gritty of exactly what you get. Again, Brendan, what do you say? I pull up my screen here, and we'll talk about what's coming up.
Love it.
Okay. I just need to.
Brendan, do you need to do any stretching?
No, guys, I'm so fired up because I'm so proud of all these people who have been here today to learn how to do this stuff, because everyone who wants to make a real impact knows they have to build a community. And previously that community was through, social media that we all have, I'm sure, opinions on of how healthy that is for people, but also it's a benefit and it's a powerful way to engage people. But at some point when we go into serving a community and allowing the community to take over and actually build stuff and be part of stuff and have real discussions, we've got to empower that. And so that people are learning this whole new way of doing things that I think is way more efficient and effective and higher earning financially. I'm kind of pumped that you are all here. So I think it's awesome. And I'll let you take it away a little bit here, because I'm excited to see this. I have not yet seen this, everybody. So I am kind of doing my own jumping jacks in my mind over here.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
I'm going to share 4 things that we've already announced. So you may not be aware of all these things, but we have announced them so people know about them. And one thing that we haven't announced yet from a features perspective. So the first, I'm really excited about this one, is we're rolling out a brand new visual refresh. It's like your community got a makeover, essentially. It's really slick. You can see some of the visuals here. But what's cool about it is that it gives you, like, if you really care about your brand and how you're represented with your members, right? Because like I care about that. Like I want to know that I look really, really good in front of my folks. You're going to be able to come in now and have like themes and beautiful colors and all of that. And so this is the first biggie. So if you like dark mode, or if you have kind of like your special color where people kind of see it and they know you, this is the first kind of real way where you can go in there and like in literally seconds actually like get the result you want. Before you could still do it, but you would have to go in and maybe customize some colors and things like that. So this is the first. it also enables a bunch of extra other features that are important. And so I want to skip to chat spaces. So we're talking all about engagement. We're talking about connecting people. And, one of the things that we've always known we need to do at Circle is make it easy for you to have almost like that, like Slack-like experience, right? Where,
Wow. Sorry. That was out loud. I was like, that's amazing. I think that creating a space just to chat in, kind of like Slack, that's, dude, this is pioneering brilliant stuff. This is going to make all of your communities so much better because people like that live, automatic react and chat feel. As you all see here in our chat, right? Who's enjoyed the chat today on the summit alone? Imagine you can do this with every community you have. I mean, that's just a whole other game, right? Yeah. Otherwise, you got to pay for Slack. And of course, you got to go live. Now you got to pay for Zoom. And of course, now you need a community membership site. And also you need a website. This is like 4 tools in one as soon as you add the chat on for. And
what's cool is it unlocks a whole bunch of different use cases. So imagine you're a coach and you want to give your client like a private space to chat with you, or maybe you have like a group of clients, or maybe you have a course and you want to have people go through the course, like chat with each other, or maybe you have some live workshop that you did and you said, hey, for the next week, you can all go in there. I'm going to help you with this thing that we worked on together. Spin up a space with chat and just talk more synchronously, right? Because in the past, it would be a lot of like posts and comments and replies, which we built because a lot of people wanted these like calm experiences, well-organized experiences. But sometimes you just want that casual, like, hey, we're going to have this like buzzing, active, real-time chat going. And now you don't have to choose. You can do either one, all right in the same space whenever you need to.
That's rad.
So we got chat spaces.
That's huge. Can you make the chat space? I'm just curious. I know a lot of the other spaces in your Circle, you can go to the home page. Is there any relationship there that they can see posts, but also chat? I just wonder, or is it just to spaces, which by the way is awesome. I'm thinking of like the exposure of how many people I can get into a chat.
So like making a chat space public, essentially.
Yeah.
So we did think about that. And I don't know where exactly we landed, but what I think we landed with was for the first version of it, you won't be able to have your public, you want to be able to have like your chat spaces public. But I think you'll have the ability to do that. But I think there were some good reasons why they ultimately were like, on the V1, if it's a chat space, it's gotta be private.
I think a big part of it is just, like we've experienced on Zoom before, someone comes in and spams it, it's just protecting the community to make sure that people are invited in to have these group chats. It's kind of like, imagine if your company's Slack was public and anybody could jump in. It can be a hot mess. So I think that's smart.
Yeah.
My God, live streams, dude. Yeah, you have to tell them about this. I think people don't quite understand what's coming and how big this is. Because we're turning on live conversations in my own product in Growth Day because it's the future. And every tool you want to be on needs to have live capabilities for conversation, whether, I'm a personal development app, you're a creator app, but this is an important thing to have. And this is priceless. So tell them about what you're doing here.
Yeah, this is look, we have, 500 people on. Yesterday we had 1,000 people here when we're doing this. It's real connections. You actually talk to people. And it really accelerates the engagement in your community, the connection, the value people get. And so we talked about all those transformations you provide, all the signature gatherings that you can create, right? So it could be coaching calls, could be expert workshops, it could be like accountability group where you work together. It could be I come in and I review your work together. We do it live, or I could be a big broadcast. It could be a small one, but all of those different use cases are unlocked with live streams and events, and you can do recurring things and office hours and all of that, right? And so this isn't just like, hey, we roll out a feature and then the feature's done. That's really not how any feature should work. This is like a product within the product almost. And we have a whole team. All they do every single day is they come in and make this specific part of the product better. So,
so epic, so
right,
epic.
Right now, what you can do is you can go and you can run your coaching calls, your live trainings, your onboarding sessions. That's how you have a whole group of who, I think maybe it was Rex earlier. He said, I have an onboarding session every month for all my new members. Well, like you can do that. You can run your coaching calls. But what's really cool is some of the stuff that's coming out. So, currently you can do a lot of like one-to-many broadcasting. You could have 8 people on a call, but there's some new things happening here where we're going to be rolling out the ability for you to drop in essentially to an audio room or drop into a video room. And there's a lot we can do there. The ability to charge for a one-off event, as an example, or a series of events with a paywall on Circle. So there's some new things coming out where imagine I have one product and it's like, hey, so maybe you're buying this membership from us, like you're in the membership, but we actually once a month we have this kind of special thing we do where we bring in this person for this or whatever, and it's going to be an extra. It's $20 to attend. It's a one-off. Like you'll be able to earn more with your business with some of these new features. So,
yeah. As soon as you guys realize the power of going live, which of course you're experiencing, we're doing it right now, right? We're doing a summit, we're doing a conversation. But when you have a community and you can drop in to a specific space where your VIPs are, as an example, you create a space for your VIPs or your highest paying clients, and you drop in and do a live conversation just with them on your community platform on Circle, it's a whole different level of engagement. And it's a whole different experience where now all of their community experience with you is one place. And trust me, from a guy who just built this into Growth Day, this would cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars to go build for your company. And now you sign up for Circle for $100 a month and you have it or whatever. So it's like, I'm telling you, it's just one feature that is crushing the game, man. You really can't do this on any other product or platform in the creator space in such a way that it integrates with all of your other, community actions. So this is really cool, y'all. This alone is worth it. The chat alone is worth it. And you know that because you probably already pay it on Zoom or you already pay it on Slack. And now it's going to be in one place that you can do it for your customers. Anyway, okay, go ahead, buddy. This is a great presentation. I want you to send it to me afterwards.
So you want to make it as easy as possible for your folks to interact, right, with you. Like they're on the go, they're in different places. You need to have a community that people can get to really easily, right? And what that means is typically mobile, right? And so Circle, we already have a mobile experience on the web, which is like, I can always go there on any device or whatever, but we also have an iOS app and we haven't had an Android app. We need an Android app. And so we're building one. It's the number 2 most requested feature that we have. And actually, I'm going to tell you what the number 1 is in a second. It'll be our little unveiling. But the Android app is in active development and it's coming out really soon. And we have it slated for next quarter. It's like the big priority right now. Multiple people on our team are working on it. So, you can look forward to it. Now, more people are excited about the Android app than the desktop app, but the desktop app is going to be freaking awesome. So the desktop app, it just sits there, right? Like it's on your computer. So you get the notifications, your members get the notifications. It kind of like becomes part of their world each day whenever they're sitting at their desk. It's really going to help for engagement and just for making it easy for people to connect. Imagine going live, like imagine they pull up the app like on their screen and you're just going live. They have the little notification in the upper right-hand corner of their display. So this is going to really expand the surface area for where your members can interact with you. I'm really excited about this.
Super cool.
And then finally, courses on Circle. So this is something that, man, I will tell you, since the day we launched Circle 2 years ago, this is the number one thing people have asked for is I'm doing a lot of teaching. How can I run my courses? And so this is something that we recently started active development of. And when I say active development, by the way, like what that means is we have real like senior engineers working on it day in, day out. And it's like basically all they're doing. So this is gonna unlock. I mean, I spent many years working at a course platform and kind of in this space, and like, it's just a really lucrative part of your business. And what I think is really game changing about not just having courses, but courses on Circle specifically, is the community is right there. Real-time chat, I can go live, I can take all of these things together in one seamless experience. So on Circle, live streams and events, it's just live streams and events. Courses are just courses, chat's just chat, right? Some of these individual features that make Circle special, what really makes it unique and I think more innovative is that it's how they all work together to give your members this experience that previously it would have been really hard to deliver on, because you would have had to tie a bunch of different things together. There would have just been a little bit of extra friction, and you might have known what the friction is. Your members might not have known what the friction is, but they would have felt it. That I think we're going to be able to get to a place where it feels really cohesive for you. And you're going to see this through the next quarter or two. But this is where we're at. This is where we're at. And I just dropped my phone. It's still in good pieces. It's all in one piece. But,
we can still hear you. We can still hear you. Oh man, that is a huge request. But some people know you can already embed videos into Circle.
Yes.
And this is how I think a lot of people made a workaround and currently do. They make a workaround where they can host, they might do a video, they might do a Zoom and put up a replay of the Zoom in their Circle just by embedding it. So you can currently embed video, but having something where you can organize it, I can imagine that's been a huge question for people. I can hear. So number one was courses and number one was Android. Kudos to you guys listening and moving in the direction of what, where the market is. What is the, I'm seeing a lot of it's like people are asking when. Currently, I want to read, you can embed video into any Circle post. So can you create an area where people access videos? Absolutely. But this is going to obviously make it more course platform like, I guess it feels like.
Yeah, so
I have not seen it. Guys, this is new to me. So I'm like,
you can, we have hundreds and hundreds of people who run these like community driven courses on Circle already. We have people that literally run $5 million course businesses on Circle. It's all they do with like a community component. What this is, and the way you do it, you upload videos and it works exactly how you would hope it works. People can go and watch the videos. You can unlock access when they pay you. But what's kind of cool here, there is some stuff we're doing that I do believe is kind of innovative, which is like, I can have, let's say somebody's going through a specific lesson. I can, one, have them like RSVP to the live component that goes along with it, like right there in it. And then it'll show up on their calendar inside of the community, and they'll get the notification on their phone when that's happening. And by the way, after that's over, the recording will then be sent automatically back into the course experience inside of Circle. So there's a lot of those like little details that you'll just kind of feel like, wow, this kind of works better, that the team is paying attention to. And so those will come out. As far as timing goes, I'm not supposed to give you any timing, but I will say Q3 and Q4 of this year is when all the course stuff will be coming out.
Wow. Will it have, you showed earlier, how you guys just roll out group chat. Will course stuff will have group chat capability too?
Oh yeah. So well, what's cool about Circle is, it's really just almost like a template. You'll come in and you'll say, hey, I'm creating a course, and it'll say a couple different options. It'll say, I'm creating a cohort based course. I'm creating a challenge. I'm creating like just a one-off or whatever. And I am going to have people who are going through and need to talk to each other. You'll press a couple of buttons and then it'll spin up all the spaces you need. And right there, you'll just have it. You'll have it all set up. So it'll save you the like 6 hours of setting everything up that you might need to currently do, and give you almost like the template for this is what a really great course experience looks like.
Wow. Dude, I can't wait to see this in beta. And I geek out on courses because obviously I've built a lot of them. Oh my gosh. And just seeing how, I think every platform who's in the creator economy space ultimately will have to have courses. And what's going to make the difference is how interactive they are, how easy it is to set up, how easy it is to charge money for it. And if you all just look at Circle's track record, how easy Circle already is, I think this is going to be game changing. I love this. I love this. Do you have a slide back there, Andy, of what today's offer is?
Yeah.
Because I know I saw some questions about a few items I think we've talked about, but I want to make sure everyone can see. Because I love what you said earlier, and I think this is important for everyone watching. When you sign up for a platform, Andy was saying, you're kind of investing also in the future of the product. Like you're saying, I want to be on this platform because I see them going here and I want to be part of that. Full disclaimer, the reason I reached out to Circle in the first place, I saw where they were going with how they were organizing around community. That was huge. How they were creating customer profiles. That was huge. How they were supporting their customers. That was huge. But I also, when they told me we're going to make live broadcasts a thing within the product, I was like, that's game changing, because having everybody in all these different places for going live, for doing group chat, for allowing them to have a profile, for allowing them to DM each other or do group DM, from allowing full audio, video, what we would just call multimedia posts, the ability to customize your post, customize the layout, the ability to embed other videos, because many of you you've got like, some of you have YouTube, but you have Vimeo as well, or you have Wistia over here. And all of your stuff, your community has to go access somewhere else, or you have to embed it. And that Circle did all of that is one reason I got pumped about it, and I got involved. And as I shared earlier, that's why I became first a member and then an advisor and then an investor, because I was like, I get what you are doing here. And that's why I'm so passionate these last 2 days of telling you about where Circle is going and what it's already doing. So you can see on the slides right now, you might be listening, walking around the house, but we're almost done. So I want to make sure you come to the screen and you see Andy's put up a slide of everything that you get when you sign up to be a Circle member today. Now, I want to make sure everyone who's watching, if you're already a Circle Basic member, you also, if you upgrade to Circle Pro, you get these same bonuses you see up on the screen. We got that question a lot, okay, y'all?
Yeah.
So, but if you sign up today, you'll see, here's what you get. First, you're getting Circle, which is all of the tools that you need to create, host, and monetize your own audience and community. All of that, you get that, their best plan. Then on top of it, they do 2 monthly expert-led workshops. That means they look at all their data and say, hey, this person's engagement is really high. This person is making the most money on Circle. They bring them on and then they teach you how they're doing it. That alone is worth $1,000 a year. I mean, think about how much you just learned in the last 2 days. And by the way, yes, Circle members, you'll get the replay of this on Evergreen that you can watch this training when you sign up for Circle. Also, you get the live weekly office hours. That's with a actual human. It's not like a live bot chat. You get to go in with the person, ask them questions. Hey, I'm trying to set this up. And they'll open up their screen and they'll show you, oh, here's how you do it. That's crazy.
Matilda, who you met today.
Yeah, Matilda will literally show you, oh, you're trying to do that? Look, click, 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 and show you what to do when you get stuck. Try to figure that out with another platform. You also get, I think, which is really important, they're training, they've already got a library of onboarding, how to do things, tutorials. And then along the way, I'm going to keep you fresh. I'm going to keep you current. I'm going to make sure you know what's working in marketing now to build your audience and generate more sales. And how do I do that? Well, every month for my own brand, Influencer Pro, I go live and I teach exactly what's working in the market. I'll share, here's what's working in email marketing. Here's how to do a live challenge. Here's how to collect emails from a live challenge. Here's how to sell your consulting or your coaching. Here's how to do paid ads. Here's how to run your community. I just teach every single month. It's on the first of the month. We set our marketing, our business goals together, and you go off into the world. That costs $1,000. You get access to that when you are a Circle Pro member. And people ask how long you get access to that. Well, I'm going to teach till I die. So as long as you are paying Circle Pro member, sorry, not for everybody, Circle Pro members, which means you need to go to circle.so/bundle right now. If you could put that in the chat again, circle.so/bundle. Hey, Andy, put in the HTTPS :// thingy, and then they can click it and go over there. Circle.so/bundle, and you'll see it right in the chat right now. And you'll get access to me teaching you marketing every month as long as you are a pro member. Along the way, if you sign up today by midnight, you're going to get a training from Danielle from Boss Babe on how to grow your social media audience. They did it from scratch to over 3 million fans so fast, everyone's head spun, but they had a framework for it. And she revealed how they did that specifically in this training that we have not released. When you sign up by midnight tonight at circle.so/bundle, we'll unlock that as a bonus for you. And I think that training alone is worth $1,000 for me. I'm like, to learn how to go from scratch to millions of fans, like at least knowing the strategy. I mean, we're all going to start from somewhere. And this is not one of those presentations where I'm like, hey, you're going to go make $1 million in 5 weeks. I'm not here to guarantee any results. We all have to start, and we all have to figure out our own authentic voice. We have to get in the game, and some accelerate faster than others. But who wins? Those who stay in the game, who operate from a place of service, and who actually take care of their community. And that's why I keep saying community is the new central organizing principle. When you build around that, you'll be around a lot longer. If you model other people who've done it, you'll learn faster, you'll go faster, you'll build faster. So it's worth it. And then, of course, I think what's so important is that you get the community of Circle itself, myself included. Everybody who is in Circle coming together for these summits, or you get to see the other circles going. When you sign up for Circle, you also get like highlights of other communities and what they're doing. And when you go see what they're doing, they also have an I think this is priceless. They have a section where you can go to learn from or hire people to help you build your circle. These are like, I don't know if you call them, they're kind of like experts in circles and experts in building a community, and you can hire them. And they make that available as well, which is so key for those of you who are like, you want to build the audience, but maybe you need some extra help. So all of this support, circle.so/bundle. You got to sign up by midnight tonight to get all of the access that we have spoken to, that you see on this slide that we've been talking about. Andy, Alexis, thank you for having me here today. The opportunity to just share the passion for it, tell people why I'm so excited about it. Obviously, I'm invested in this. I want to see it succeed. And I'm putting my time, energy, and effort, making sure that everyone watching this, you get an awesome experience. And that's why I threw in my live monthly marketing, because I believe deeply in what Andy and Sid and Rudy are building. I believe in the Circle team. You've seen from Mathilde and Alexis and others how awesome this team is and how much they'll take care of you. So go to circle.so/bundle. And remember, if it sounds like a lot of hype, you got a 30-day money back guarantee. Go build your dang one. See how easy it is. Get excited about it. Stay in the game, and you'll see that the value of this will change your life and your community forever.
Brendan, thank you so much for coming in and like, it's like you like took everybody by the hand and 2 straight days to just come in and lead us through this. Amazing, just really amazing. And, thank you to everybody who's here right now I mean, we had thousands of people show up. There's still 400 people right now. We're 9 hours in to this thing. And so like, that's a really good sign. That's a really good leading indicator if you've invested that much time. And now is the perfect time to like grab onto that momentum that we have together, just keep it going. And excited to see everybody in the Circle customer community, excited to see you on Brendan's training on the 1st of the month. And yeah, we added up literally hundreds of people join Circle in the last 24 hours. So
An epic. Epic. Y'all, listen, you have the opportunity. You're here with us right now. Post in the chat. What questions do you have about this offer that maybe I didn't think about? What questions do you have about Circle, like the technology, the system, or the tools? What question do you have about the support? You know, is there anything that you'd love to share? And thank you. Anne says, Brendan, you certainly have your hands in the leading edge tools in the industry. It's because I actually do this every day. I have to use the same tools you all do. I want to make sure I'm using the best for my audience. Let's see. I'm coming over here. Leo's asking, will existing members of Pro and Enterprise get everything you're going to get? Yes, you will. If you're on trial for Circle or you're a basic member, please today by midnight, go upgrade to Pro. You need to upgrade to Pro to get access to all of these bonuses and the midnight offer as well. Make sure that you do that.
I just want to answer Heather's question. Heather, yeah, you can certainly have like a ton of photos, videos, things like that. You can host it all on Circle. So your use case should be good to go.
Yeah. Kim is asking how do current Pro members sign up? If you're a current Pro member, I believe Alexis, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're going to, after the end of the summit and this promotional period, they're going to send you out a link where you can claim these bonuses. Is that right, Alexis? Could you tell them about that? You have some Pro members here.
For Pro and Enterprise too. This is also available to our Enterprise customers. So if you're on the Pro or Enterprise plan, we'll be emailing you tomorrow, and the replays will also be live tomorrow. These are just really large video files and they take a little bit to upload, but we'll get all of those live for you tomorrow so you can have access to all the workshops in case you missed day one.
Yes, I love it. Heather's talking about a use case where she needs a image and photo heavy site. I want to let you know, yes, Heather, you can post every post. Not only can you create, you know, a banner image, but in every post you can embed photos. Every post you can embed photos, you can embed audio or video from other players or even natively in the app. And you know, the main thing that makes Circle different is not only can you do all the multimedia stuff like that, but then people can comment or group chat on it. And you can charge for specific access to specific spaces. So maybe you have a premium level of images or conversation, discussion, training that some people get and others don't. The value of Circle is everybody is there. You just keep bringing more and more people into the free stuff, into the general discussions, as an example. And then they see those other paid spaces and you direct them to those other paid spaces and they want access to those. And that's how you're going to generate a lot of revenue along the way too. I think it's so important. I knew I was going to get this one. I don't know if you mind if I take on the question, like, how do I compare this with Kajabi?
Yeah.
I think this is so critical. Personally, many of y'all know I love both companies and I use both and I recommend both to people all the time. And they're just very different things. It's kind of like, you know, people when say, Brendan, should I use Facebook or Instagram? I'm like, well, they're different use cases. They do different things. So here's how I think about the different things as an example. So I have right now, Kajabi builds my web pages and does all my email sends, email automation, and customer tagging so that I can automatically communicate with my marketing sequences and build my web pages. And because I have lots of different web pages, right? I have opt-in pages, value pages, offer pages, checkout pages, thank you page. I have so many different web pages that I need to have. And so all those web pages and all of my email sequences and CRM lives in Kajabi. That's how I've always run my business for 15 years. A part that we needed to improve and a part that I think is so different, kind of like Facebook versus Instagram, is community said, we're going to build the hub is the community. And our focus is getting your people into a community and into specific members areas within that community that other people can view and immediately upgrade into. So it's a very different approach. It's a community approach first. And I think that both platforms have different capabilities that you would focus on. Right now, Circle just announced, I didn't even know was coming today till today, that they're going to roll out courses. All of my courses are in Kajabi. And so it's like, oh, this is another great thing. I think every platform, there's also there's Teachable and Thinkific, and there's ClickFunnels, and there's Mighty Networks, and there's, I mean, there's Squarespace, there's Wix, there's Shopify. There is no end to platforms out there. You're going to always ask two questions. Is it as integrated? Can it do most of the things I need to do? That's always my question number one, because I hate paying for 15 different things. I pay for Kajabi and Circle. That's when you look at the vast majority of our business, those are our two things. Circle's new. Circle, you guys, when did you launch? I was trying to figure out that the other day.
We launched in August of 2020, right?
That's what, yeah. Like you're talking like height of pandemic, come out, built a community, and because it's community forward facing, that's a very different use case than building a web page where you might be forward facing with a web page that's static. Community is dynamic, right? They're there. It's a very different, it's a different use case.
It's a living, breathing organism, right? It's like you have the vision for the different experiences you're going to give people. But what happens when you get the members in there is that like they give you ideas and it kind of starts to come to life. And so you have that vision. Circle just gives you the building blocks to execute on that really quickly without like drowning in the tech overwhelm is essentially what.
Yeah. And you think about the communities building a communication platform with your audience. And that communication platform is live broadcasts to specific segments immediately. It's group chat. These are unique features that are very, very helpful when community is your forward-facing foot, which, by the way, I think you need to have. And so I think that's why the difference case is, and again, I use both for those different use cases. And you might start with one and choose what's right for you. But they're both great companies and great guys and great builders. And I have no problem telling everyone I would never be here if it wasn't for these guys with what we're building.
Big fans, by the way, big fans of Kajabi. Like the founder and CEO of Teachable is my best friend in the world. I was texting with him an hour ago. So there's room for a lot of different platforms, and there's no one size. By the way, you can change platforms. Like your business will evolve, you'll evolve, platforms evolve, and so.
Listen, I know most of the people watching post their same dang reel on Instagram and then TikTok. Don't fool me, people. There's reasons there's multiple platforms because you want to be where people are. I think the use case of Circle is now we can have a central hub for community where everything builds out from there. That's a unique proposition. I think it makes it really powerful in the marketplace. I'm really proud of all these teams. I'm as someone posted in here, I'm always on the leading edge of what's working in our industry because I actually have to do this stuff. Like I actually do the thing. And so that's why I get passionate about all of these. Anyway, again, I think it's important to note that you can have a 30-day money-back guarantee when you sign up. Go build it and test it and be patient with yourself. Attend a couple classes, ask customer support questions. Don't expect overnight results. You determine strategically, long-term, is community important to you and your business? If it is, you're going to have to give long-term consistent effort to build it, just like anything else, right? Just like no one says, I'm going to open a cupcake shop and, bakes one cupcake in their house and thinks they're done. It's like, no, you're going to have to learn. You're going to have to get a permit for that cupcake shop. You're going to have to build out the cupcake shop bakery. You're going to have to hire some people. You're going to have to get some signage. You're going to have to get some permits. You're going to have to start that company, do some marketing, get people in, take care of the customers, start a loyalty program. That's business, whether you're selling cupcakes or you're selling thought leadership, media, coaching, content, memberships. It is about sticking in. So it's about having the strategy, staying at it, being okay, starting small. Listen, I've got millions and millions and millions of fans. I'm just starting to just focus community first, because that's where everything is skating. And so I do like to be on the cutting edge, and I like to find the teams. As Andy knows, I talked to 3 other companies before I chose Circle and watched what they were doing, went through their processes. We were on other companies before and they were janky. Is that a word? People say that? I don't know.
It is a
Janky
word.
is a word, right?
I say it all the time.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
it's
can
okay.
definitely say that.
I don't even, I just said it's one of those words. I'm like, I don't think I can define that word, but I think people know what I'm talking about. And it sucked. And this was so modern and so cool and so slick and so intuitive. And most importantly, here's the thing that I think people really need to hear. One of the magic things that community does, and I love how Pat brought this up. I think it was undersold. Community allows your members to kind of take over. And I know that sounds scary for some of you, but what it means is they can start and kick off conversations without you having to be in a push model, right? Most of my business, honestly, for a long time, the mistake, and if I could look back, it was a lot of push. Okay, I've put this content up, go, consume, bye-bye. But this is, okay, I do put the content up, but people can comment and chat, DM on it. I can go live in there, but also so can they, meaning they can do their posts. You're getting user-generated content and conversations. So you don't have to be the driver of all the content. Your community is building as much content as you are on your main platform, where you're getting their profiles and contact information. You're able to upsell, make offers. That's a very unique way of saying, you know what? I don't want to have to be the expert all the time putting out content. I'd sure like some lift, some help from a community who also keeps it going. Very much like some of you experience in Facebook groups, but I don't apologize for making fun of Facebook in any way, in the sense that I've started so many groups there that are robbed by their ads, robbed by their other group recommendations. And all of a sudden I had this amazingly engaged community and it's gone, even though we're doing the work, because it's ads. It's recommendations of other groups. And I'm losing them to other Facebook things where Circle, you white label it for your brand. They're not taking your customers. It's like, this is your brand, your space. You get to control the dialogue, and your consumers, your community, they know that this is their home, that they're building this home with you, that this is a place that's safe from all that nonsense. I think that's a very big, compelling difference maker in this modern world, where a lot of cynicism, I think, rightfully placed towards, social media platforms that do it that way. Again, I'm a benefactor of that. So it's not some kind of like, I'm not on a soapbox here. I'm here to say there's a better way. That's all. There's a better way.
There's one of my favorite stories is Josh Hall, who he's been on a summit before that we did a year ago. And he was a coach, and he had a whole bunch of clients that he worked with one-on-one. What he ended up doing was he took that coaching practice where he was helping a lot of people, and he started a community. And a lot of people say, well, I don't know if I'm going to have the time. I'm going to be really busy. It's going to be a whole thing and all of that. And it's like, well, if you're really busy, then you probably need to be creating a community. Like Josh, he had all the burden. He was the bottleneck in his coaching business. But instead now, like, all of those clients he had, they all connect with each other and deliver each other value. Like, they're posting and sharing ideas. So he unlocked all of that extra value that all the clients had amongst each other now. So I would say, man, I'm just like, I don't know how I'm going to pull this off. Well, maybe like bite the bullet, because it's going to be a lot easier. Like 6 months from now, you're like, wow, thank God I actually pulled the trigger on that and started to do the work. It'll pay off.
I love that. Jan just posted in the chat. Shout out to Jan Camille here. She says, the pro membership has been an all-in-one solution for our community, as opposed to paying for 5 to 8 resources and sending our community into loops, LOL. Consolidated journey for sure. That's huge. Marion Austin is asking, is white label just for enterprise level?
No, you can white label on the pro and the enterprise,
Okay,
just not
that's
the
awesome.
basic level.
Oh, by the way, I do just want to mention, if there is anybody here who's already bought the enterprise, let me know. I want to connect you with, you get like an onboarding manager, and there's a whole bunch of cool things you get, or just email me directly, and if you're thinking about the enterprise plan, email me directly and I'll put you in touch with somebody on our team and give you the full-on demo and all that kind of stuff.
That's great. So good. People ask, let's see. Oh, Matilda was answering Radha about, you mentioned 2.0, like the new designs, and she was asking, do we have to migrate things? And the answer is no, the new layout's just going to work. It's just like a selection of which layout or design you want. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry, I missed the question. I was typing.
Oh, that you mentioned there's new designs coming, and we're not going to have to migrate to that. We just select it, right? There's not any heavy lifting on the user side. If we're already a pro member and we want to change our layout, as an example.
Yeah, so the way they're rollout, we're trying to be really careful, right? Because we know it's going to impact your community. Should be a facelift for everybody, but it does impact your members. It makes their experience better. So you just need to be kind of in the loop. The way it'll work is that there's already hundreds of people in it. It's in beta right now. And then we're gradually, kind of over the next month or so, rolling it out to batches. All you'll do is you'll literally say like, yep, I want to do this. You'll press a button and it'll spin up a whole visually updated community, but you'll know before you'll choose.
Okay, that's great. Let's see. Darren's asking, if we hit 100 gigabytes on videos, is there incremental cost? Meaning, especially if you're going to roll out courses or something like that, is there upgraded costs if there's more video, as an example?
So to be honest, we haven't figured out like the limits and the exact pricing there, but I do expect like the core course features just to be included and have generous limits like we do with all of our other features. And if you're gonna go wild, like let's say you're gonna have 50 courses or something like that, it may be the case that you end up having to like buy some add-on or there's some other thing, but barring just becoming an absolute force of nature with dozens and dozens and dozens, I think you'll most likely be fine.
Yeah, every platform in the world has usage, limits at some point where it's just like I did that on Vimeo recently. I went way over. They're like, dude, you have so much video. We need to charge you more. I was like, you suck, but okay, you're right. It's fair. It's like, I'm not their usual dude. So anyway, we'll be here and we'll be adapted with you all. Listen, I want to thank everybody for coming here today. I want to give Andy and Alexis last chance of anything you would like to share or FAQs that people might have. I'll give it, of course, a shout out to those who've already signed up for Circle and all Circle members. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you haven't, go to circle.so/bundle. Remember, midnight deadline to get all the bonuses that we mentioned today. Midnight tonight. Get yourself signed up. Circle.so/bundle. David's like, do it. Okay, Alexis, Andrew, any last parting messages? And I've got one, and we'll cheer everybody on to go build communities and change the world.
Yeah, Alexis?
Yeah, it's a mindset. Brendan has said it so many times. It's about getting started. It's about starting small. And it's also about knowing that you have a community, us, to help you. You're not alone. And we're really excited to have you join. This is going to be amazing. Amazing for you.
Yeah, totally agree. I would just like keep the momentum from this summit, because even though the summit's ending, like we're in the community all day long. Like we're hanging in there. People are in there. We're doing the office hours. We're doing the trainings. We're chatting. So I'm just really excited. Like literally hundreds of folks have now signed up for Circle in the last day, and I just can't wait to see everybody in there. And actually now we'll get to know each other a little bit more. And I gotta say, thank you for everybody who came and invested all the time. This was a lot of time, but for me, this is like transformational to get to watch all of these amazing speakers. And Brendan, thank you for you've been a force of nature in terms of like bringing all of us with you and leading and guiding and getting to learn from somebody with, I don't know, 17 years of experience who's just performed like up here has been just awesome to watch.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Rebecca, in the chat as well. I love this. You all, we all begin somewhere. And oh, Andrew, can you stop sharing your screen, Andy, real fast so I can see you guys a little better? Then I can go into side by side gallery a little bit. Oh, there you are. Thank you. I want to thank you guys and the entire Circle team, who I know is watching so much of this and sending awesome DMs and cheering us on, because we're building something awesome. Thank you, Rada, for your kind words as well. I want to thank Mathilde. I want to thank Alexis. I want to thank Andy. I want to thank the whole team for bringing the summit to you all free. You got heavy lifting strategies that work to build a community today. And best of all, it all works on one platform, which is game changing. So I'm just a huge proponent. And I really encourage you to get signed up and stick with it. Yes, you get a 30-day money back guarantee. If you don't like it, you can ask for your money back. But sometimes you do that too soon. Sometimes you go, you want those quick results, you get discouraged and you bow out. And I often tell people, I'm like, if you believe in a strategy, and this strategy is the one I proposed from the very beginning, right there. No harm. Can you see it there? Community is your central organizing principle. If you make that your business strategy, with or without Circle, you're going to win in this modern marketplace. The issue is, if you don't use Circle, you're on 5, 6, 7 platforms and you're paying $500, $600 a month anyway, versus just get on Circle. Let that be your community hub tool. And what I'd suggest is listening to what Jen said, is that as you're going to begin, it's not going to look like a lot sometimes, right? You might have 5 people in there, like they're not posting a lot. Well, you're just starting, and you have to teach people to use your products, teach people to engage in your community, and be okay with the fact that it's not super fast. I started a community, I put like 1,000 people in it real fast. And I was like, yeah. And then like, I got busy and I came back. And I was like, you know what? Brendan, get back in there. Don't forget the truth. You always need to add consistent value if you want anything to take off in life. You want your relationships to take off in life? Add consistent value, joy, connection, intimacy, love with those people who you want to have a great relationship with, right? When you think about your business, add consistent value to your prospects, to your audience, to your community. This means being active. It also, though, I hope you heard, for those who didn't attend yesterday, I think you can strip it down, keep it simple. I shared yesterday that if I was starting a community, I'd get everybody that I could in Circle, which would be, first, I'd start my Circle. If I had email list, I'd invite people in to the Circle. If I have Facebook groups, social media, I'd invite people into the Circle. If I don't have those yet, I do challenges across social media to invite people into Circle. And then I do 3 simple things to begin every week. Every week. I would, number 1, I'd post 1 post in that Circle that added a lot of value. I really believe long form post. So maybe it's like what you would do, a blog post, or maybe you embed one of your longer videos and summarize it. And most importantly, as you post that long form post, invite conversation. Invite conversation. The second thing I would do in there each week is I would post a post that literally asks a question in the community. Hey, y'all, what are your healthy habits? How do you stay centered? How do you deal with this? What's your recommendation? Like, generate the conversation and let that build and cheer it on and connect people who are all commenting into a group chat. So they're talking and everyone's conversation, the conversation starts going. Ask them to post more. Ask them to post more, right? Get that going, baby. Get that user generated stuff. Go, go. Okay, this is the new thing. Okay, here we go. All right, then I would go live using literally Circle's built-in live function to go live to that community once a week and just talk with them live. Everyone here can do those 3 things. This is not a heavy lift. The question will be, A, do you have the tool to do it? That's what this offer is today. B, do you do it consistently, even when it doesn't look like it's taken off? Do you do it consistently, even if it takes weeks, months, years? Because listen, my first books, they didn't sell like my books sell now, but because I stayed in the game, you know, those first books that failed, now everything I release is #1 New York Times or, you know, #1 Amazon, #1 USA Today. Now it's like, because I was in the game, I stayed in the game, and that compound effect of your community over a period of time when you add value is priceless. And so are you going to stay in the game? And then the third question. So the first question is, do you have the tool? So get Circle, period. Second, are you going to do these types of things you've learned here in the summit? You don't have to do tons, do 3 things a week. Come on, let's get in the game. Let's get in the game. Let's get in the game. And then third, and this is my bias, so forgive me, everybody, you have to consistently educate yourself on marketing. That is why I threw in $1,000, let me teach you marketing every single month of your life, as long as you're a Circle Pro member. I'm throwing that in because I just believe all of my communities need monthly marketing training if they're going to grow their brand, grow their revenue, and frankly, grow the impact at a time this world frigging needs us as positive, consistent voices. The world's in turmoil. I know you feel it. I know you felt upset or discouraged by it. I know it's gotten you down. I know you see it. None of us can hide that the world has issues. And so what can we all do? Well, I think we can all do something to help other people. And I believe if you're here, you know that being an entrepreneur or building a community is our direct access to that impact. That when we show up and we say, how can I serve? And we do something very unique. We actually follow through on that. And we actually take care of the people we get to serve. And we actually do that and show up for people. I know you had somebody in your life who kept showing up for you when no one else did. Be that for your community. Even if it's only 5 people, 10 people, 100 people, be that leader, be that role model, be that person who follows through, be that person who's there, be that person who adds value. And you don't have to worry about your financial future when you do that over and over. It takes care of itself. Take it from somebody. I didn't have financial goals. Maybe you guys have them. And the reason I said I know that sounds like, you know, people make fun of me all the time for it, but I grew up in a town where there wasn't 2 sides of the tracks. We were all poor. It's like, I didn't even know there was another side of a track in other towns. I'm like, other towns have tracks? 2 sides of them? It's like, so I didn't know that I should have these ambitions for financial freedom. I never heard the phrase financial freedom until I was 21 years old. I literally didn't even know that was a thing. So not to, you know, play dumb on it. That's how I was. And then when I thought about it, I was like, if I could make $40,000 a year, because my parents working 2 full-time jobs between the 2 of them, raising 4 kids, they didn't earn that. And I just thought that would be like unbelievable. So then one day I said, well, maybe I could earn $40,000 a year one day. And I had no idea that being in this industry, being an influencer or a thought leader, a coach, an online trainer, somebody building a brand around any passion or interest that you have, building a community around any passion, interest, knowledge, expertise that you have, whatever it is. I never knew that, you know, one day I'd earn that, you know, a year, and then, you know, a month, and then a week, and then a day, and then an hour. How do you know that that can happen? You don't. All you know is, will you show up? And I just kept doing those 3 things. I got the right tools and systems. For me, that was always been Kajabi and now Circle. I said, tools and systems are very important. Second, I said, all right, I'm going to add value consistently every week. Every week. Third, I said, I'm going to keep educating myself on marketing, how to teach, how to sell, how to build a web page, how to capture an email, how to make a good offer, how to follow up so people stick and stay. You know, everything you talk about in fancy language like cost per acquisition or retention, right? Revolves around marketing. How you demonstrate, share, and sell and serve is around marketing. So one reason I love Circle is its ongoing workshops every month with people actually doing this. One thing I love about Circle is that you get me live every month in marketing, you get their customer support there. And I think you'll just find an incredible, powerful, and smart marketing community who will help you build your business and earn more, just like you saw in this summit. So that's my big, long, passionate pitch for Circle. I hope you'll take advantage of it. You got to do it by midnight tonight. Circle.so/bundle to get the full bonuses that we spoke of today, including some exclusive influencer summit footage we've not released like this, including my monthly marketing training and all the support everybody's already been talking about here with Circle. I'm going to end and let Andy and Alexis take this away, but I want to thank you all for letting me be here, yammer on about my passion for this product and for this community. And one last thanks to Andy and Alexis for thanking me so much and so kind in your texts and your DMs and your emails. I appreciate the appreciation, but I also just love you guys and what you're doing. So this was the most fun for me. To the whole Circle team, thank you for having me today. I appreciate you all.
Oh, thank you, Brendan. Brendan's been an amazing mentor for us. And gosh, it's been amazing to watch you just like mentor everybody over the last couple of days here. And thanks for everybody for showing up. Alexis, final words?
Final words are replays are going to be sent out tomorrow, so you can continue the momentum. This does not stop here. And yeah, I couldn't thank Brendan and your community enough. Thank you so much. And we'll see you in the Circle customer community. We'll keep the growth going.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks everyone. Circle.so/bundle midnight deadline. Those who do sign up get all the bonuses you learned about on that page. You also, of course, get full access to ongoing replay of any of the summit, where everybody else only gets, 72 hours or something like that. So if you want to own what we just did the last 2 days, you got to be a Circle member. So make sure you go to circle.so/bundle to get all of the bonuses, all of the training, and the world's best dang community platform. All right. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate you all.
Well,